It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Naystar League. It's week 6 and Counter-Strike is on the docket. My name is Vincent and I am joined by my friend Cuppa Frag. I am ready to have a good time. Cuppa, how are you doing tonight?
Dude, I'm so fired up. I wasn't expecting this, and being a stand-in for something is always a good vibe. Back again for more NACE Star League on your Friday. It's going to be a banger to start things off, and I think the heat of the night is coming right at you here.
Oh yeah, 100%. And well, let's just talk a little bit about things. If you're not familiar with NACE, we start out here in the regular season. This is just week 6 of that. Then conference play-in. That's in a couple of weeks, which will lead into a conference championship. All teams fighting for their conference. And of course, if that doesn't work out, last chance qualifiers might be your way into the playoffs, which all lead up to the grand finals. Those, by the way, will be in person, a live event. It's going to be a great time.
You can't go wrong with a LAN. A LAN, man. A LAN is just such a way to end things off if you've earned it. And these two teams are in a prime position to do exactly that. KSU and RIT. Probably names, if you've watched anything from the NAC Star League or anything in that collegiate scene, I think they're infamous teams that are on the rise right now, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, Kennesaw State and RIT, both in basically every FPS game, have some very strong teams, which is really cool. Now, that is just match number 1. Match number 2 is going to be from the Open Premier, and that's going to be CSU Long Beach going up against the University of Alberta. So, some rivalry there, the Canadian team and the American team. We'll see how that goes, and, well, that is a whole lot of fun indeed. And here's what they're fighting for. They're fighting for scholarship prize money, $2,500 to first place. It's $12.50 for second and third, $6.25, as well as fourth. We don't forget about third and fourth. It's going to be a great time, couple. I'm excited for everything, and I know both of these teams are good for a great showing tonight, especially.
Yeah, it's when you come back to a game like this, it's fire. For the second game, or second match, say, let's be honest, a bit more of an underdog story there for University of Alberta. And starting things off with the prime heat really does give a better platform or ground for the analysis that is to come throughout the entire night. For both of these teams to have the same scoreline as well to start things off from their matches played so far, it just makes it that much more tense, doesn't it?
It certainly does. But before we get into that, I do want to say huge shout out and thank you to our partner and sponsor, Extra Life. You can just play some games and change kids' health for the better, change the future. Join Extra Life today, extralife.org as well. Definitely check them out. And not only that, but Nice Star League, we run on Duncan. Don't you worry, if you need a bit of a boost, Duncan has you covered. If you go down into the area below, you can take a look and click on the link, find where there is a Duncan near you, because there's a Duncan everywhere. Let's keep it a buck. There absolutely is. And of course, our friends over at the Army ROTC, learn how you can become a leader for life. Start out early and check them out as well. Appreciate all of their support. But with that being said, let's jump straight into it. Basically standard rule set as we've been expecting all this time. 30 rounds, it's a 40-second bomb timer. Start out with $800 on the pistol round, and we're in a best of 3. But these two teams, let's talk about it. First matchup of the day, Kennesaw State going up against RIT.
with what you've seen so far with these players, and I didn't just mention this in vain, they're players' names that you've probably seen at some point within CSGO, and they just could be hitting with absolute fire starting things off. With 4-1, it talks of team play, it talks of gunplay, it talks of a lot of an echelon better than those in the league themselves right now, and I think that's saying something.
I think it does. Let's talk about some individuals, though. RIT,
Please.
I think you gotta look at K2 as being the one to watch. MJB as well has a lot of good experience. I think those two specifically. And I don't want to say anything negative about the rest of the team because it absolutely is a team effort. But I think those are the two that you want to watch. On the Kennesaw State side, though, some names that you'll recognize. We've seen them on stream a couple of times already. Seb, the in-game leader, most experienced player on this, and the highest level player. Gunwounds as well is one who's come in just this season to try and replace some of the very, very good likes of Gonzo on this roster. And then joined by Abner, Ludicity, and Nitsua. I love watching this Kennesaw State team play, and I'll keep it a buck. If there's a home team for me in the NA Star League, this Kennesaw team is it. So I might be a little biased here, but I think that they're a fantastic team.
Bit of bias. I think there's as much bias as there will be for the University of Alberta for me. We could each just gonna have a bias in our own way. But no, you speak volumes of this team, and I don't think that's incorrect. In fact, I know it's all correct. Benji, I'm a personal fan of the playstyle of Benji. I've seen a lot of Benji sort of growth as a player too, and to see this game to be the one on this lovely Friday, I don't think it gets better than that. So I want to go back to something you talked a little earlier. I'm talking to Duncan, obviously one of our fantastic sponsors, along with Extra Life. And Extra Life is something I'll be doing later this month too.
Cool.
So if you do follow me on the socials, I'll be posting about my Extra Life and a 24-hour stream coming up. So plenty of CSGO guaranteed in there. Yeah, funny.
It's going to be a fun time. Well, let's kind of buckle things down, get an idea of where we will be headed because, well, listen, we got a best of 3, and it's going to be Dust 2 to start us out. Nuke, picked out by RIT, and then Inferno. Gotta love the Inferno Decider maps. I feel like that's a classic. But some interesting conversations, right? Both of these teams 4-1, and these are two teams that you could reasonably expect to be a undefeated team in sort of the old NACE system where there was a lot more teams in the Premier. Now, this is interesting because these two teams in the same conference for the first time and in a situation where it's not only them, but they are working against teams like Michigan Tech, working against two-time champion Drexel University. I mean, we're talking about a ridiculous level of competition in this division, and this is going to really inform the way that this map and the series is played out, because with both teams 4-1, a win here could mean taking first place as opposed to second, third, or even fourth. And
that's a fire money statement. I don't want to even add any more to that. I want to talk about the sort of the strategic element of all of these maps. Dust 2, I think is commonly undervalued for how strategic you can be with a mid-round or a late-round mid to B push. The essence of that, a fake out to go to cat with some smokes to drop CT. That kind of creativity is what separates teams, and these two teams are exactly the kind of teams that you'd expect those kind of set executes from. So I'm really, really amped to see how many of those are going to be put on the table today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good time. And there's some interesting history here, though, between these teams. Just a couple seasons back, I can't remember if it was last season or the fall season in 2021, but these two teams, they did meet each other, and it was Kennesaw State that knocked RIT down into the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken. So some history there for sure. A little bit of a different look to both of these teams at this point. But the other thing to note is that Kennesaw State, they're 4-1, but they're 4-1 because of a big mistake early on to the season. They lost to Northeastern University, a team that, I'll keep it a buck, but they had no business losing to. No. That is a team that should have been infinitely winnable for this squad. But then Kennesaw went on to beat the Huskies, a team that RIT just lost to last week. And they lost, yeah, and it was 2-1. It was a very close series, a banger of a series, but they still lost. And so, for me, that leads us into the predictions. And you went on the same page. Kennesaw State have to be the ones to probably be the ones to just edge over the line. And I don't think that that's to say it's going to be dominant by any means.
No, we're going to third map. I think we're going to third map.
I think Kennesaw State, whether it's in 2 or 3, will probably win.
I could see it as an Inferno very easily here, and I'm glad that you sort of brought it to the edge of the sword, because this is going to be a sword fight back and forth, and I see every reason for at least one, if it's even going to be a 2-game saga instead of a 3, where we might be going to some OT, so it's super spicy stuff.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be exciting. And I mean, I tweeted out earlier, I said I am pumped for this game. It's just so much fun. And like I said, for a couple of reasons. Obviously, I enjoy watching this Kennesaw State team, but also just because they have been a consistent factor here in the NA Start League over the last 3 seasons. It's just been so fun to watch them improve. And well, we'll see if they can continue that here. RIT, I feel like you could call this roster making a bit of a comeback into contention. They are thereabouts, but they just kind of were. The conversation wasn't really surrounding them. I feel like that's so much more so in this season specifically. So I'm excited. Dust 2, Nuke, Inferno. That is that map pool, just to remind everybody. And
classic.
Well, the other side of that is to talk about some individual matchups here for just a moment, Cuppa.
Go ahead, please.
My eyes obviously on Seb and Gunwounds, as I mentioned, but I think the matchup Seb and K2, the 2 most experienced players on this roster, are absolutely going to be critical.
Critical is going to be gunplay. I think more than anything else. We've talked to strategy, and they're going to have some in their back pocket. But yeah, it is about who's going to be on that A game today. And with CSGO being a game that I've got more hours than I'd like to say, I've got 7,000 hours plus. It's a disgusting amount. And throughout that time, I've seen so much variety of what gets players far. I've competed in some small leagues myself too, and it comes down to who's in the A game, who's in that A game, who can be consistent. Consistency is key when it comes to this level of FPS and seeking the victory, especially on the point of the season we're at. You very well mentioned it earlier. It's contention for that first place right now, and that puts everything on the line completely.
It absolutely does. And, well, it looks like we're just about ready to get in here. But I also want to remind you that, I mean, listen, we are just about 2/3 through the season for these varsity teams. So it's absolutely ridiculous here. Week 6, there's only 9 weeks. So those 2 coming up next. And I think that with the fact that Kennesaw State picked this out, I would imagine we're going to be seeing an RIT start on the well, I was going to say maybe on the T side, but probably the CT side now that I think about it a little bit. This map is one where you could feasibly go both ways.
I do believe it's slightly more CT side, if I'm not
It
mistaken.
is.
Freddie. For that being said, if you've got a good set executes on your T side and you're not shy of using them early, you can snag and start to run away with the eco and get the early momentum and lead. So I think that's a crucial thing as a T when you're starting on Dust 2. You've got to be so straight into the game, and sometimes it takes players a little bit to warm up to get themselves into that zone. But for this game, everything is a must on map number 1 of, again, chasing the dragon of first place. That's a lot of pressure. That is so much pressure.
It certainly is, but I got a feeling that experience on these rosters, pressure, not going to be the major thing, just victory. That's all they want. That's all they need.
Take the dub, man.
Exactly right. And I do think that we are getting into things here and now. And yeah, first map.
Okay, back to our beautiful faces for a second. I was a muggins. I was deep into the documents. I was deep into looking at statistics and names.
All good. We are into what is really a fixed knife round, I would imagine.
I think so, yes, sir.
Is RIT gonna get the choice at the side because Kennesaw picked the map. So if you're unfamiliar, that's how it goes. And RIT, yeah, CT side here.
Good call. Good prediction. So if your prediction's right, mine's right on game number 1. So keep doing what you're doing here. All right, see.
Let's go. RIT indeed. Let's see what they have to offer here. We're going to see a single smoke kit on MJB. And it's 5 armors.
Look at the speed. Kapow!
Abner, Mitsua, both connecting shots. Players falling back, trying to stay alive. At Proto on the site, doing a good job of that. And Proto continuing to thin the herd to 3-on-3.
That's beautiful, man. That's beauty at its finest. Stop them right in their tracks. I talked of speed, a quick execute on that first round. It got stopped right, like a bear trap on a bear. Sight here, USP goes for something spicy, but the Glocks are too much. Bring it down to the 3-on-2.
Real possibilities. Proto has already done a lot of good work. He's taken the first 2 kills off of Kennesaw State.
No kit.
Kit's been collected now, though. The smoke as well. No problem. Can't deal with Car. I'll just smoke it off. Ludicity, though, shutting that down, and Ludicity for the double.
Love that. Love everything about that. USP, the sort of no stopping power, sure, but you've got that silenced edge, not able to outplay Glocks. And there's 20 bullets for a reason with the Glock. And if you're a CSGO player, you're going to get away from that Glock and rock something else. Great pistol round, good rotation through. Impressive stuff from KSU.
Name a more iconic duo, Nidsua and the UMP. He's just a UMP enjoyer. What can he say?
It's a beautiful weapon in the right hands, the right round. It's exactly that kind of round. Keeping it light.
Fair. Totally is.
That's it, though. This round only.
Seb has swatted out this long stack, and so it will be a rotation over to B from the entirety of Kennesaw.
Replant here. There's some bonus frags. Level up. One going in from Seb. Bang, bang, you're dead. AK. Supremacy reigns in these early rounds. Just melts players. Takes 2 for Seb. The up going to get a little bit of a surprise. The bamboozle. And a distant shot coming in from the USP Enjoyer. Indeed, or USP, sorry, UMP Enjoyer.
USP, UMP, it's close. I can understand. 2-0 here for Kennesaw State. And I know we're only 2 rounds in, but reminder, this is their pick. So got to keep that in mind as we move forward. But those first 2 rounds, they look very good. Things can change here.
Super convincing, man. You're right. This is the moment of truth. Utility. Is the brutality going to be there of the M4A1S ×5 here in Variety? Ooh. Good angle. From Benji, but Benji's going to get just hit bumped right on the head. AK Seb, bang, bang, you're dead. He's going to keep up the pace. So good coming so far from Seb, but it's already down to the 4-on-4. One player taken out in the cross, and here comes the post planted to get the bomb down here from Mitzi.
Yeah, that Molly stalling things out for just a moment. Uni, the timing on this is critical. Oh, spotted out the player at long, but Ludicity has the connection. Proto in towards Ninja. It's MJB. 2 players alive. 2 heavy fraggers. K2. Now it's Seb all alone. 5 HP. MJB. Shots connecting first, but no. 5 health was not a problem for MJB.
As you said, the turn of the tides can happen on that buy round. The A1S is devastating, and the CT-sided map starting to see some CT live action here for week number 6 of the NAC E-Star League. And we talked it's been a banger game. It's been pretty hot and ready so far. An op coming out for advanced peak. Not going to get the frag, but the warning shot of the op.
Yeah, I think the conversation point for this Kennesaw team is Seb taking a lot onto himself. We saw Gonzo do this with this team last season, sort of feeling like he had to do everything for the squad. With Seb taking on the in-game leader role now and the AWP. I think
Folan style.
I think there is a lot of pressure to also be a star. But here we are. It's been Abner and Nidsua stepping into that role more and more as of late. But gun wounds already down.
The boost, I like this.
Oh, it's too slow though.
Yeah, a little bit disorganized. Clown's trying to get out the clown car and everyone's bumping into each other there. That's cost him so much time that I don't know if this retake is something they're going to commit to.
They have so much utility, it feels like they should.
Okay, going to send it, I guess.
Ludicity's sold nobody, and he has 3 kills. I want that to be known.
Oh, that was like a kick to the abdomen for RSC. Spray and pray, just takes out 3. they'll be praying to get their weapons back after that one. And one aim for one A1S in the hands of MJB, trying to steal a couple of consolation frags for them to see on this exit. Only one to be grabbed. Might be able to retrieve the weapon though. The AK, I say just the AK. That's an awesome pickup. The stopping power in CT, even AK and Dust too. Unmatched, I want to say.
But that's the problem with getting back into the B site, right? Like, you get a bit unlucky there, don't get me wrong, but RIT, they had the utility. They even flashed Ludicity up, but Ludicity didn't need to see to get those 3 kills. And Nitsua actually gets a kill through smoke as well. So, Tragedy striking twice. And RIT just the 1 round.
Fatigue. That's going to balance the force of the game a little bit though. AK retrieved. That's 2 AKs out of 5 players. Range 2-3. Yes, it will. At least for 1. Brings it down to the 4-on-3. Oh, in the hands of Seb though. This frag could be crucial.
Oh, another missed shot.
No.
There's some of that inconsistency coming to the forefront. Proto recovered the AWP, but he's gotten another one. It's Ludicity versus 4. And spotted out there by Uni. Surely. No? Uni isn't aware, actually. Proto's going to take it.
Oh, no. Yeah, those whiffs in tunnels, that's the risk of an aggressive play, though. And Seb knew the risk that had been taken into hand there. And it goes back to an earlier point that he made just a couple of rounds ago. The pressure a player can put on their own shoulders with being an IGL and being your primary upper, that's a lot to process at the same time. That is so much. And for one moment, if you falter from thinking and being minding the game, things can go wrong. And I think that's what we saw there. Obley picked up this time by Nitsu. Not sure if it's going to be a commitment. Seb picking up the scout here.
We saw Nitsu do some work with that op, and that is another good example of it. One player got across, though. I don't know if they're aware of that. Not quite. Nitsu continuing to farm players left and right. Gun Wounds chiming in as well. I don't love that Gun Wounds is on an island of his own making here, but AWP crosses. MJB is at least interested in where this player could be, but Kennesaw State, I think, get a little bit lucky that that split defense doesn't hurt them.
There's a reason Benji's my MVP boy, and I said about that pre-game, and I'm going to reinforce it again. That play from Pit was disgusting, and I think that's a shot in the air, just pre-round of, I've got your number here, a good threat potential from RIT. Can we see any more for consistency? And Nitsu, yes, people. What a flick. What a headshot. And that's a good pick.
Not is incredible. 7. Back on the rifle. Connecting the shots. The Seb rifle is something that I love to see. K2. 1 frag, fall back. That is very good. Ooh, a bit of a whiff there from Nitsua, but he repositions. Takes that angle one more time and goes back for more.
Open. Uni. Too much. A bit of a buffet. You've already eaten before you went. 3 players staying alive. KSU just rolling on through here. Some resistance coming in from RIT, but I want to see a little bit more structure. I want to see a little bit more collective on the retakes. I think we could see a bit more success here, but the problem being that they're back to almost bankrupt, and I see an imminent save here.
Does look that way. 5-man long. No information seen on the cross, and Kennesaw, well, I mean, you can't blame them. They're just going to go to the empty site.
It's a freebie. It's like you got a coupon to go to that fast food restaurant. Maybe to like pick up some Dunkers. Like, you know what? I've got some free Dunkers. I'm going to take those.
I know. It's like a bunch of donut holes just for free.
Why would you not?
I would.
So will KSU. Strolling into these sites, strutting their stuff. It's not going to be very buff, I say that. The USP takes 2, of which it definitely shouldn't do, but 3 players can do. 6-2's the score, and KSU, once more, having no problem dealing with the USB. I say no problem. Spicy little attempts with just pistols.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty good damage there for a 5-man retake towards B with no utility either. Gun wounds really bailing Kennesaw out by taking a triple kill. Spray control was phenomenal. Out long. I mean, this is standard Dust 2 fare, though. RIT. Not going to fight for it this time. Maybe didn't have the spawn they were hoping for, or maybe they just fought it at long, that one gun round, and decided it wasn't worthwhile. But Uni has gone down the obvious opening pick, but it's going to be denied. Any follow-up?
Oh, a bit more is going to happen. Through the smoke, through the fire of the flame, to headshot to come, and who's to blame? Whoa, it's going to be RIT, just being melted here.
Somali.
Aggressive stuff. Is he going to expect the wrap, though? I don't know. I don't think it's Zach.
That's really hard to anticipate. This Molly makes a ton of sense.
Oh, the timing!
Yeah. Great work from MJB. I love how fast the decision was made to go for that long wrap.
Yep.
It does its work in catching off Nitsua there, who did some amazing work with the AWP early on.
It might just be one round. You're like, oh, what's all the hype about? But that's a big brain play. That is definitely a big brain play. And that's the kind of round that can get under the skin into the minds of the opposing team. KSU, they thought that it was over. You got the jump up headshot at Ninja, no problem. We're taking this round. But not so. RIT back in for the chance of the win here. I'm going to have a compromise, though, that MP9. Not really leaving RIT feeling completely sublime on this round. Good molly, though. Good util use. The fireman's there, though.
Oh, there we go. Seems like run out B is the default reaction from Kennesaw State in some of these moments. And it has been ridiculously effective. Proto just going to have to go back, run away, and never return.
That's completely it, isn't it? It's almost like simples in the server. Rush B. Every time.
Right.
And it's no problem with that. It's fantastic. If it works, it works. And we've seen this work and then go absolutely berserk on B site, starting with the Glocks and pistol round. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Proto's hearing something here. Actually, I don't think he is. Audio cue's not giving away, and it looks like he should probably be okay. I say that, but... Oh, it's gun wounds default.
That's close.
Great job from Proto to make sure to get out of that situation, though. We're into a pause.
Oh, I know exactly what they're talking about here.
I think this might be a tech, actually.
Oh, you know what? Even if it is a tech, I think it's time to, even if you're in your own mind, considering it, and for those at home to consider it as well. What's going to be done with that for RIT? So at this moment, right, you've got someone that's keeping up with the pace of the server in the form of the play of the upper right now. Just wait and seeing what we can do here for Proto. And where's Proto to put the up? What would you say would be the best position on Dust 2 to put the up?
I mean, the gut instinct says, you know, you go for a mid swing, you go for a long swing, you go for a cat swing. One of those three.
I think cat. I want to touch base on the cat play, because if you do like a quick cat with the kind of spawn they have right now, quick cat play, boom, boom, get two players up there, get the flash coming maybe from a supporting player mid, you can have that lovely peak and try and take out that aggressive player just peeking down that mid lane, maybe someone peeking from lower tons or palm tree. So getting creative like that, I did try and talk about that pre-game. I think that's something that's slightly missing from RIT right now. We've seen some sick frags, but we need to see more big brain plays like the wrap of long that we saw a little earlier.
I would tend to agree that the utility has been a little lackluster. With that being said, part of the problem here is that there's 2 flashes total. And that's not for lack of trying. Nobody has money for them.
They're broke. Broke skis. Wait for the paycheck to come in.
What is going on? How many times has Kennesaw just gone to the place where there's 0 RIT members? Like, they've run out long this round with 2 out of their 5 players, and nobody's there.
I think RIT are just getting CSGO. You know what I mean? Like, really, it's been so unfortunate. Their stacks, their ideas, that they've been really good. They've had some good thoughts, some good positioning, but picking all their corners, making no mistake on that's going to be KSU. Finally, the trade comes through. Benji doing all he can do. Attempts with the USP, but the ops in play. This could save the day here from Proto.
He's already got 2 frags. Oh, I think that was Ludicity who was making a bit of a move there. Could have been a little dangerous. And I think Proto's going for this. Might have been cool to pick up that AK, but full kit of utility, smoke, and a molly. Molly. And in towards default. Oh, just barely missing, but that headshot angle is so tough to connect.
Get out of there. Save that.
Yeah. And
That's the right idea.
I could agree with that. And I think that Kennesaw, now that they got the information, they knew where Proto was at, there's no reason to further peek.
No. Like, it was so close. I think it was actually a pixel shy of where it needs to be. You saw a little bit of damage inflicted, which I think was from that molly, because the ult would have done a lot more damage than that. But just the tickle is not going to do it and leave RIT in a little bit of a pickle here on this CT-sided map. The buy comes in finally once more. But we need to see a couple more frags team-wide, aside from Proto trying to go for these hero plays. You talked of Seb kind of having some inconsistencies on the op, but what I love, an adaptation right now, you're not seeing that op, but you're seeing B. Another body's going to drop here for RIT. The spray comes through, better positioning, and a 3K to come in here from Uni.
Brilliant work down from RIT. And this is what I was talking about, right? Like, that B aggression has been a really interesting decision-making situation for Kennesaw. They've gone to it a lot, and I was ready for a moment where that was just going to get shut down. The utility, great. Kennesaw, walk right into a buzzsaw.
Buzzsaw, chainsaw. There were blades of fury, all standing behind Uni with that M4A1S. I love that position on
here's your play.
This is it. This is what I'm talking about. It's going to work too. It's going to work.
Brilliant work indeed. Double molly, just to make sure nobody's curious about coming through.
Oh, I love that. Coach Cuppa in the house. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Not expecting the mid push. The double door play is going to come through from Ludicity. Spraying through the door. Oh, look at Benji.
Oh, and it's a great read of that situation. 2 players initially was the advantage for RIT. It's now none. Information gained with the upper tunnel push. MJB in that position is actually just hanging out, holding ground.
Tick-tock goes to the case. Pressure on their shoulders than we've seen previously.
Molly!
Do a lot of damage. Hot stuff coming through, but a body's going to drop, and it's down to the 3-on-1. Good hold and that anchor position from Proto. You've talked of him trying to step up to the challenge, and almost getting his head ripped off there.
Great patience from Proto. Started out with a frag and ends with 2. RIT take number 5. Finally, 2 rounds that look very, very strong in a row. RIT have picked it up. Love to see it.
To go. They are showing the CT-sided portion of this, and individualistic plays are starting to surface. Proto continuing to be on that dominant wave, and MJB, anything you can do, I can do better. Going to take out a player. Not to get too amped and excited, though. It's going to be a pistol save. Tech 9s. Bring it back to early day CSGO. 1 Glock is all that's going to survive here for KSU. So lucky, really, if they were to pick up a frag. And now they've kind of been delayed and stalled, Zach. It's going to make it that much more difficult to execute with these techs.
As I mentioned in our pre-show, I've been on a Counter-Strike grind all day long, and I've seen some crazy force buys tonight.
Talk to me. What have you seen? What kind of plays have you seen?
I have seen some just aggressive purchases, and I'm glad to see. The point I was getting towards is that Kennesaw pumping the brakes a bit, you know, being a little reasonable. It's a rarity for me, at least today.
Oh, look at the damage damage. Look at the damage. They've not even seen a player, but they're just giving him a kick in the teeth. The dentistry work definitely after that. KSU down to pretty much just 2.
Great work being included here. And Kennesaw, they're just letting this get so out of hand. Look at the time. There's 30 seconds. For the swiftness of pushes we've seen before, this is abnormal. Great spray down from Benji. He's going to pick up a triple kill. Nitsua, 20 seconds, and that's not going to be even close to enough time to win that round. 6-8. We head to the last round of the half. It's 15.
All right, T. I'm so impressed. I really, really am. As a caster, as an analyst, when you're kind of going through these games, especially from college here, when you see a team adapt and overcome the problems they've been delivered into the server, it's fantastic. And RIT doing exactly that. Gonna try and double down with this boost. The boost not gonna be successful. This will be the anchor hold over at Cap. Oh, that's the second player there. I think it was a miss. Oh, it is there. Sorry, there was just another player behind on the cam as we switched there. Regardless, they're up. Gonna back off from Cap. That's a wise choice.
Benji's poised and ready here at long. It's all about timing. There's a couple of flashes, but none of them are being used. A very dry swing. Gunwood goes for it again. Missed shot from Seb. 3v4. RIT in the lead, and Proto through the smoke. Must have caught the edge of that. There's but one flash remain. Ludicity with the bomb in hand. Hoping that there's going to be some sort of aggression, and I guess that counts.
Ludicity. Yeah, that's a freebie too. That makes this winnable at this point. I think Ludicity's still got a pinned at cart, but he's bringing out the numbers a little bit. I say winnable, but it's binnable. It's in the trash. And RIT are going to come back from, I want to say, a really slow, almost abysmal start. They've turned into the heroes of the half. What a half.
I think that was a good half from RIT. A good comeback for sure. But I think that Kennesaw definitely are in position to win this map if they can put some of the aggression that they had at the beginning into play here on the CT side. That's a big if, though. No guarantees here whatsoever. And I will say that RIT have looked very good, specifically Proto on the op. And I mean, the op and Dust 2 is just so powerful. Incredibly strong in so many ways.
It is, especially in early game up, where economy comes in to be so valuable in what you're going for. A particular weapon, yeah, get the op. Even if it's glass cannon, even if it's going to be just like armor or Kevlar without the helmet, that kind of play can get you advanced to the double figures and really start to put salt in the wind. RIT, they've got to run it down this pistol. They've got to be confident, and I want to see some executes. I am seeing some utility, even if it's a little bit of light util. Either that, using even a light amount in pistol can be really OP. Let's see where this smoke and flash is going to go. I think it's the B. But
it is the B rush. Oh, but Abner, double kill, quickly answered by Proto. 3v3 now. Smoke for door. And the bomb getting planted, those numbers punched in. And Benji upgrading to a USPS. This is where Seb and Gun Wounds took a little bit of a slower start. Need to step up in a big way here and now. Oh no.
Sure, just step up with the flanks going through the P250. He's going to go for the whiff on MJB. This is not a good look, and it's not going to be a good feel. The round still coming in from KSU. Surely not. What happened there, Zach?
That's the sound of me hitting my forehead, because that is exactly what happened. Facepalm.
Oh, that's...
Facepalm
that could cost the game. That could cost the game.
I mean, that's maybe a little bit over...
No, hear me out on this.
Right,
this might be a hot take. Look at the buy we've got already. I talked if you're willing to light invest, you said light armor up. I'm talking the light sort of Kev, just with the M4s.
I think you're a little far out there.
Okay.
I'm gonna rein you in a little bit.
Reel me in.
A little bit. But definitely impactful. Don't get me wrong. Big moment, potentially. There's Seb.
I said!
I mean, the Miko frag, sure, but Afterisk and Ludicity as well.
I could be huffing copium, Zach. I could be huffing a lot of copium, but I've just got this feeling. This feeling in my heart of hearts that it's just a crushing round. Sure, you've got to buy the AKs, and this round, I think, is even more essential for them to pick up. Just to get that morale boost, you know? Yes.
All right. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree wholeheartedly with that. I think Kennesaw State, this round more than the pistol, is a telltale sign. They can win it. I have utter faith.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're in for a game.
Oh! What
Nice
a
shot.
response from Benji.
It was just a, to be fair, it was just a scout. Would have been a kill if it was not, but yeah, great response. Very fast on the trigger finger.
If that was an up, I think that's a frag, but not quite there
It is.
in the portion of the game. IT, I'm a bit. I've only got too much info. The spray and the prey, the MP9, gonna do quite a little bit of damage, but Elder Cats could be Ludicity now, and oh my, so much damage inflicted there. I think it's gonna be a contributing factor. Takes out a couple.
Yeah, I mean, Ludicity, I cannot undersell the amount of great work that they did right there with the MP9. I mean, it was
Huge.
risky. Don't get me wrong. It was risky going for that spray into the smoke, but that's damage done. About plus 50 plus damage. Comes back for more, does it again, then gets a kill, and does even more damage.
I like the value from an SMG. You can't ask more from the SMG, and maybe picking up one frag, but
Trigger discipline.
Oh no! No!
It's a horror game. Peekaboo, I see you. Nitsuwa tried to get a little bit sneaky with it.
Oh!
Gets punished for the endeavors. And RIT take away an M4.
There's 2 rounds in this game that are going to haunt these teams. One apiece. One for RIT, one for KSU. That P250 round in pistol and that trigger discipline. You've got to love the intent. You've got to love the intent. And you're up a couple of rounds as well. Why not? Why not go for the trigger discipline for 2? But the timing, unfortunate there. Coming for Nitsu.
Seb doing some good work. AK in hand and ne'er a deadlier sight than Seb with the AK in this game. Avnerisk. Straight off angle. Gonna peek out for info, but more than info. Bites off a little more than he can chew. Gun wounds goes down as well. The K2 double entry. This might be RIT's round to win. 4v2. I mean, no armor on 3 players, but despite the kits, it's looking very scary. And yeah, they're not going for this. This is over, Kappa.
Over and out. KSU signing up for this round. What impressive stuff. Like, check your corners. And that's exactly why you always check that lower pillar in lower tunnels.
Well, I think that the real takeaway for me, though, is that you get the kill that you're given.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right. Underline that. Hopefully you brought a highlighter with you. Exit frags. Ludicity trying to get a bit of a highlight reel. A bit of a closing frag reel, 1 or 2 to close things out. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You hit it with a mallet.
So I just think that you do what you can and you don't get too greedy with it. I'm being harsh, but that is the reality. A game of harsh realities is Counter-Strike. Kennesaw State, though, still in the lead. Op now in Avnerist's hands. We'll see what he can do against a very on-fire Proto. Where did that bullet go?
You can literally see and shoot through flames. But yeah, I'm not too sure what that bullet did go. Seen a couple of off shots, the up shots, the scout shots, not making the bodies drop over at mid double door, but damage could be taken on for risk it.
A very spread thin defense for Kennesaw State. They've got a bit of a stack in towards the middle. 2 players on the outskirts. And a bit of a push up long. And that push up long is going to be handled here and now. There's 2 players and the bomb headed this direction. Lots of pressure on Ludicity. A good off angle as well. When will the flashbang come in though? Oh, it's been heard. Ludicity knows to dodge. There's the shot.
The pre-fire.
He stabbed still as well. Gun wounds from the back. It's all done and dusted. 12 to 8. And, you know, RIT, you know, it feels good that they won that round with the, when they were saving. The only reason they can buy here is because of that.
Makes it even more punishing. Little bit of aggression. Aggression, in fact, towards that long A position. I don't know if this is going to be a mission they want to continue on, though. Like, Ludicity's got it on lock right now. The angles they have seem to be just going down damage like water fire, but they're going to continue through. They're going to grab 2. They're going to grab 3. This is insane.
All 4, in fact. And it feels like Kennesaw got a little too comfy being right out in the open.
Ooh.
3 out of 4 players, or 3 out of 5 players. Math is hard.
3 out of 5, yeah.
Tagged
It's
incredibly low. Just hoping. It's another one of those where'd the bullet go type of moments.
Get that up. Pick that up like right now, and it's going to be snagged. Upgrade for free. 1 for you, 1 for me, and that's the return fire from RIT. My oh my.
You're on a roll tonight.
Thanks, man. You know what? It's honestly, every time I cast with you, there's this certain electricity fire that comes out. And that fire is...
I turned you into Dr. Seuss, apparently.
You give me the room, and boom, we do it all. And these teams are doing it all right now. I'm so impressed, dude. I'm so impressed with what I'm seeing for this first matchup. It is not disappointing for week number 6 of an AC Star League.
Oh, look at this! Look at this boost! Missed shot from Seb. Missed shot from Seb, though. That's the devastating part. He seemed to have an idea about it. And Benji isn't there for a refrag, but... Jeez. Oh, Avner doesn't know what he's walking into here. Spotted K2. I love this decision. Just run away. They know the information. And Gunwood's on the exit.
I'm surprised
he was moonwalking, bro.
Takes a step back.
And a shot forward.
And gives his opponent a slap, man. Dude, that's a harsh one. The fadeaway shot.
Oh. But Proto,
the TK.
The TK indeed. You can't be scared to take the shot through your teammate, and this time it's for the death. So ultimately, I mean, the sad thing is, Avnerus doesn't get a kill, but he might as well have. The odds, 4 on 3 here.
Oh, that's so brutal because RIT, a great opportunity to get to 10 rounds, but that TK takes it to a disadvantageous position. The 4 versus 4 is no more. More pressure on Proto. You just get that home run and hit it out of the park. Bit of U2 available.
Oh, Miss Molotov.
It's going to miss. It's going to miss.
That's massive. Here comes the flash. Gunwood's winning the fight. Proto staying alive. He's got the spray transfer for the second. It's a missed shot from MJP, and Kennesaw State have it. It all comes down to that Miss Molly.
Oh, and the TK. The 2 unfortunate things that are like once in a million to do. And
0.3 of a second.
Oh, man. It can't get more unlucky for RIT. You want to talk the definition of getting CSGO'd? That's getting CSGO'd 3 times in a round. A TK, a missed Molotov, and point 3 seconds away.
Well, I'll keep it a buck. I think that Miss Molly is not unlucky. It is a skilled diff. You gotta hit that Molly. TK, unlucky. Ooh. Was he blind? Benji, I think, was blind there when he got that trade.
Seb, let us know. I've still got site control. Careful now. 2 ops still in the server for the CTs, and I've talked to Stop and Power with an AK is essential, but the op, I can force those bodies to drop. Send them straight to a dirt nap. Proto trying to get cheeky over on Cat.
What? Where did that nade go? That nade just fell into the void. Don't know where. Regardless, though, a great setup towards A. 4 players leaning this direction. 2 of them pointed towards mid. 2 of them on the site. Run boost? Oh, no. Run boost misses. Seb. Ludicity. They're all taking frags, and Seb is heating up.
I've had all problems with my phones today. It's really embarrassing. I do apologize for that production as well. Everything's bleeping and going off.
Oh,
and
good.
Talking of going off, it's KSU. They're just stealing the show right now. I did say it, and I wasn't just trying to overhype. It just seemed like once they have that economic advantage, they'd get the lead. But I don't think it just comes down to that. There have been a couple of blunder rounds where if those rounds had been turned, maybe we could be talking about a different kind of game here. Maybe something a little closer than it seems right now. Good aggressive positioning here from Nitsu, doing everything they can do to just iron out that match point, get to the 15. Adeek trying to make the dream work, but no Quan Deek to be seen. Ludicity takes the problem. Just down to 1 with the scout, and yeah, it's 15-9. What do RIT do? What would be your words to say to RIT here if you could be in their ear?
Well, I think that the reality is for RIT, they've had their success when they fought consistently for long. Unfortunately, they don't get a long spawn here, so they're going to just go for the pink. And oh, wow, Abner.
Night.
I've loved watching Abner just kind of become better and better at this game over the course of this last year.
Oppin is one of those skills that you've got to put hours and hours to do. It's very like undervalued of, it's just a one hit, the green cannon.
Look at the name of his up. It's Up Crutch.
You know, even if it's an up crutch, there is skill. It's the skill stick.
Skill stick.
Look at his nades.
Oh my goodness, it's massive. Gun wounds maybe a little bit overcommittal, but still a player on the site. Oh, and they're hidden away. They're red. They know, but still the shot connected. Seb, no scope through the smoke. Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. KSU closing things out. And just proving maybe what some predictions are about there. Like, we've talked of experience, and KSU bring that edge. And Dust 2, a very even map. I'd love to see RIT come through and bring it to the third. I think they do deserve a third, but we need to see, as we mentioned pre-game, a little bit of consistency for that to be a thing. And we're going over to Nuke, and Nuke, you need to be so strategically on fire and on point. Otherwise, it's going to end up like that Molotov by B window.
Yeah, let's take a look at kind of how that story unfolded here with some replays of this map, because I think that this round's actually a really good one to talk about, because that trade situation over towards long, I think, really set the tone. And then it was later on, probably the last 5 or so rounds, that we just saw Kennesaw become better and better. In the early rounds, aggression coming forward, Nitsua pushing aggressively, this play from Ludicity, everything working.
the game awareness, the prowess that you're seeing from KSU in these later rounds, it's scary. It is really, really scary. Their ability to just change positioning. Sure, on the T side, it can be a point where you can start to get a read on the straight B push, the simple pushes we're talking of, the nav B push. But when it comes over to CT side, it's a lot harder to read those kind of off angles that are being played in KSU. They've got a whole textbook of counterplays and displaying it on Dust 2 to start things out.
Absolutely. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Nuke is coming up next, though, Cuppa. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more Counter-Strike. Mr.
Back
Cup
we
of
go.
Frag, we are back, and I think that I have one question for you, my friend, and that
Go on.
is, RIT, are they dead, or are they coming back to life here? Their map pick of Nuke is up next.
It's a tough question. It's a very, very tough question. Nuke, CT side or T side, you've got to be such a well put together team. You've got to have those retakes down pat. You've got to have those, especially on T side. Like the very, very, very CT sided map of Nuke can be so frustrating if you lose a couple of those early rounds as a CT, and the whole game can completely get away from you. So interested on trying to see where things balance up. But if the CT side start for IRT is something we do achieve on map number 2, I think they might have a bit of a better time and a better opportunity to get back into this game. Because for that T side, whatever kind of team you are, it's really difficult. It's such a difficult map. What's your take on Nuke? Are you a Nuke fan? Are you a Nuke hater, lover?
I'd call myself neutral on Nuke.
A neutral Nuke fan, okay. Sure.
But I have bad news for you, Cuppa. I hate to be the bearer of it, but I will be.
Hit me with it.
RIT started on the T side.
Oh boy. Okay, so
They picked this map, so they don't get to pick what side.
Okay, so if they pick the map, you've got to have that hope. You've got to have that belief that they've got the strat book. They've got the strat textbook of items they're bringing to the table here. If that's the case, then sure. Being 4-1 in the season so far, and sort of the progress we have seen from them, I'm expecting to see the strategy over a Nuke. And if they do achieve that, and they can check all the boxes, the smokes hitting, the flashes, the Molotovs. I'm going to say it one more time. The Molotovs hitting. We saw that bloomer on Dust 2 that was very costly. There was a couple, even if you think of it like baseball, it's sort of like the 3-strike rule. There were kind of like 3+ strikes coming in from RIT. We need to see a bit more discipline over on the map of Nuke, and if we do, I think this could very much be their game.
I think that, I don't know if I would use the word discipline, because it did feel like they had disciplined individuals playing, you know, when it came, like when I think discipline, I tend to think of like, okay, wide swinging, over peaking, that kind of thing. I didn't feel like that was particularly happening, but what I did feel like, and this is what I think you're getting at in essence, is that they were not really prepared with utility in a consistent way. And
thank you. Yes,
listen, maybe that can change, but I feel like if that's the case on Dust 2, like, I don't know. I'm a little worried for Nuke, but they did pick it. Like you said, Dust 2 could be a map that is just not in the repertoire for RIT. This, on the other hand, we know it is. They elected to go here.
And you bring up a very good point about Dust 2. You're either a Dust 2 enjoyer or an absolute I hate Dust 2 player.
That's true.
I don't think there's an in-between in CSGO, is there? So, like, I
really.
kind of like Dust 2. I've never heard someone say that in my 7,000+ hours of CS. It's I hate it or I love it, and it's been and gone. It's a nightmare in the past for RIT. The present moment is to see what they can do on Nuke. Week number 6, cracking open another game. The second in this first match up with the best of 3. KSU taking on RIT straight through Hut. He's going to play here for Benji. And
how is he alive?
I have no idea.
Somehow Gun Wounds has brought that back, but I mean, Benji should have been dead 3 times over. Sub. JB now alone. And Nitsua was behind you, by the way, MJB. That's that USP, man. You don't know where you're getting shot from sometimes.
You don't. When that came in to CS, oh, it's a beautiful moment. Love the USP. Such a...
You remember when the USP was added?
Get out this room, virtual room. I've always been a P2000 man though. I am. I'm an anti. Boomer squads announcing myself, exposing myself there.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. You said you're. I mean, we got an anti-EQ here, so I'm just gonna have a combo. So I was recently asked if I could reasonably admit that the USPS was not just objectively better than the USP, and I don't think that I could say that it. Like, I think it is objectively better. Would you disagree that the USP is objectively better than the P2K?
See,
like, what I mean is, it's easier to use, and
yes, it is.
There's less. There's no drawbacks that are really there.
The P2000's drawbacks come to the element of surprise. I think that's the biggest difference between the two of them. And I'm going to keep this quick as we do go into this interesting buy round from KSU, keeping a Shotty in play, an MP9 in play. Love seeing an XM10. See what it can do in a few moments then as well. But yeah, I love a P2000, dude. I'm a P2000 guy personally. I love the distance that you can grab with it, but with discipline, I'm talking trigger discipline, just taking your time with the USP, you can click heads for days, and having the element of surprise as you just highlighted there too. I think the double whammy of that can be, it's a lot more forgiving to USP. Let's summarize it with that.
All right. Interesting discussion checkbox out of the way here. I'm going to see just a little bit of utility over towards outside. And a very passive first 20 to 30 seconds initially for RIT. It's only now, in the last 10 or 15, that they've thrown out some smokes to allow Benji to get down secret.
Get down and dirty. He's going to be taken out by a dirty little plate. Talking trigger discipline. It's just KSU confidence just oozing out of their veins. It's crazy to me. Another frag.
It's seemingly a little unsure on where he wants to be.
Everywhere.
9. Oh, and they don't check! They need to check! You cannot check!
Oh!
Sub $900 extra as well. And an upgrade to an AK. 4 of them, by the way.
Boy,
All right, T. That is tragic, to say the least.
You say you've got to check. I say check, please. And that's KSU just cleaning out house, clearing things up, and just finishing their meal.
Nom nom nom.
Nom nom nom. Just taking the frags. Waka waka waka. Pac-Man style, Pac-Woman style, whatever you like, whatever you fancy. But they're on a roll right now. Forcing the Deeg save. 4 Deegs. Who's going to have that one tap potential to try and get them in the lead? A little bit damage inflicted, a little bit, quite a bit.
Ooh, nice shot.
Crisp,
K2
clean.
as well. He's looking a little bit better. Gun wounds. Hoping to stop what has gotten maybe towards the out of hand side of things. Oh, that was so close.
Very close. Away. Lots of frags achieved, and it was a roller coaster ride. But that roller coaster gonna stop in his tracks. 4-0 KSU. Say, okay, easy. We see some nice shots from your Deagle, but that's not gonna win you the round. Get you a little bit of eco finances, eco funds into the bank of RIT. But that bank is being cleaned out right now. Everything's in. Bar 700, 700, 500. Money looking bleak on RIT for the T side.
Get the buy-in here. Avner outside.
They
Aggression found. Denied the 3rd attempt, but that's only because it would be up top. Now, Seb, I would call that a little bit overzealous at best, but he gets away with it.
His hand gets slapped, trying to put it into the cookie jar in broad daylight outside here on Nuke.
K2's in a good position. Could really claw this back.
If Seth gets overconfident again, and the confidence, as we mentioned, just stacked here for KSU right now. Plenty of time for someone to slip up and make a mistake. That long angle of the op, though, holding from CT, from Nitsu. Dominant position.
With Nitsu, but K2 found through smoke by Seb. And MJB's position now well known to the whole squad.
Surprised, actually, not to see a second pickup of the up. Maybe just too far out by Big Red on outside. But 2 ups on Nuke, CT side. Not really something you would suggest on every map in CSGO. But in this map, currently, the way things are going, you can farm with those longer angles. Sticking to what they have, though. 2 AK is going to be the choice. Sticking to the rifles rather than the big green cannon. Tech 9's the choice made here by RIT. Good smokes, we needed to see those. We talked of those, but good utility use. Gonna rain pain on so many players. Oh my goodness, look at the damage again.
Well, maybe a little late on that molly, though, to be fair.
Stop the push,
Certainly
sure.
great damage towards K2, but MJB has already found Seb. Molotov for sight, trying to deny the plant. Burning alive, but the plant still goes down. He's given chances, but he's not there. The shots on the low HP player in towards control and gun wounds for a couple of frags. It's a tap on the bomb.
Smoke.
Coming back for more.
Oh, the tech through the smoke.
I don't really know about that smoke. I feel like that smoke just made everything harder for Kennesaw.
What a chaotic round.
So much damage done to their economy as well. I mean, I understand they've won 6 in a row. It's not like they're hurting for money, but, you know, it does matter because it means they're easier to break now.
It was a bit of a reckless round, wasn't it? I agree with you on that. They kind of went in, not just unorthodox, just completely, just running it down. Got it done, though. Costly endeavor at that. you'd hate to see like KSU, if they were to lose this round, not going to be in financial ruin, but definitely it's going to be a bruised economy. And saying that, Benji going to get the entry and the first blood of the round, and we haven't seen that in quite a bit.
Yeah, that opening pick for RIT is certainly a big deal. Something that you cannot undersell. Ludicity on the site. Gun wounds up above. And there's the op. Down and out. Proto no longer. Gun wounds for 3. He's been going ham all game. 16 for the newbie on Kennesaw State.
Just hitting the bullseye. 16 in 2 for gun wounds. Sorry, excuse me.
16-1.
16, pardon me. I got a little bit of realism. Like, nah, it can't be a 6. 16 in 1, you're right. Good correction. 7-0 and 16 in 1 for your top fragger. Another player on RIT. No one is at double figures. And I want to say no one's close. You've got Benji trying to do something. Got the first blood, the entry, the round just gone. But it's not enough. We need to see a buff of this team. And pre-game, we mentioned if there was lacking util and a T side start, you're going to have dire straits. And this current second, it's looking dire straits. Got to reel things back to Dust 2, though. If you caught map number 1, RIT were late to come into the game, right? And they did make it an 8-7.5. So, Theorycraft, bear with me. If they were to come back in similar fashion, maybe there's a chance of seeing Inferno on the menu.
Okay, I'm on board with that conceptually. I think that the reality of that situation is that it's going to be a lot harder than we're giving credit for. But I'm down. The Vincent seal of approval. Worth exactly $0, but...
Hey, that's okay. Morally. As long as you're, like, morally, mentally with me, that's all I'm asking for. No finances
I'm on the
needed.
same wavelength here.
Beautiful. I know you can huff copium sometimes as well, and right now, I'm sure those are like, come on, man, really? But anything can happen in the game of CSGO. And that's
true.
why I love it so, to be honest, man. Like, anything, unpredictable moments, and Nitsu, very unpredictable. The pop flash comes through, though. This could get punished.
Yeah, but I don't think that Nitsu has been this aggressive in this angle, or anybody for that matter. So this, yeah, you're right. Big potential, and a heavy loss for it.
Fire, Unique trying to get something done. Doesn't, gets the trade out though. 4 versus 3. The op needs to do something there, but it's going to whiff. That could give him ramp control, and in fact it does.
So the B site seems like it should be fine, but yeah, the problem is that the wrap towards heaven is absolutely plausible.
Got such time as well.
That is... Seems a bit casual, the way he was getting up there. Clearly not aware of the extent to RIT's endeavors into the site.
That's like when you go out with your friends, everyone's dressed up in the suit and tie, and you just turn up in a t-shirt and jeans. It's like,
You're like, oh, I didn't get the memo.
No one told me.
Yeah, y'all were here, and yeah, my bad.
Little bit embarrassing, but something you can shrug off. Still have a good night, and 7-0, even 7-1. A good start and a good night for KSU. One in the bag already.
At least you're comfortable, hey?
Hey, comfort is key.
Jokes on them. All of them hot and stuffy in the suits and ties.
Jeans all the way.
Don't know if we're still talking about Counter-Strike, but I'm okay with it. Proto gonna dissuade that op from the cold, dead fingers of Avarice. Gun wounds has just been a monster. His second death there.
Terrible. Outrageous. How dare you?
I looked at Avarice's score and I'm like, oh, he's not playing that well. And then I realized everybody but Gunwoods is like his 4 or 5. This time Nitsui goes for the 1-on-1 and gets the 1-4-1.
You can't blame Nitsu for getting over aggression around. Give me a frag. Let me play.
I want the guns. The fights. They're mine.
Anything. Any opportunity and taking the opportunity. Try to take control and control him, but control access denied. Benji grabs the lever, presses the big red button. Oh,
and gun
Benji!
wounds. Still denied by Benji, who's had a phenomenal series. Even on map 1, Ludicity and Abner, I feel like they need to be saving, but Abner is going to find it very difficult to do so here in just a moment. He's being boxed in from all angles. Oh, Benji, the timing. Well, they're going to know here in a moment. It's just a matter of, can KSU escape with these weapons?
Mission Impossible moment. James Bond leaving the burning building kind of moment, trying to all leave the premises. Or the premise, I should say.
Great job from Ludicity. Great read of the situation.
Premises? Is it? Help me out here, Zach. Is it leaving the premise or leaving the premises? I'm going to have to look this up, or is it both?
No. It's... You speak of a premise. You leave premises.
Thank you. Google agrees with you. I believe chat would agree as well.
The Google machine. Glad to be on the same page. He and I often disagree.
That is not right. I'm not hearing that fact from the dictionary, and I'm getting proved wrong by the dictionary and Zach in this case. The fragging continues, and it's going to be Benji. How many first bloods has he got this game? In this series, even?
Yeah, it really is more about this series, because he had quite a few back over on Dust, too. That's only his second or third, I believe, on Nuke. But, I mean, that's not to take away from it. It's just, well, RITF had limited success.
I think every round he does get the first blood, though, we've seen an opportunity of the round to be taken. A set opportunity, Benji's back again. Back in business to get the trade. Brings it to the 4-on-3. The push!
That's what, gonna get one. Even, no! Brodo takes the Tech 9 out so quickly and taps him down with ease. Seb falls with no problems, and Ludicity on the site. 1-on-2.
I can expect it. They're not.
Nope. 1 HP.
Oh no. It crumbled so quickly. And the structure was built so damn quickly as well. The swing, the Tech 9, ring-a-ding-ding on the Dome of Ludicity. Proto here to save the day yet again. Had a banger of a game on Dust 2. And needed to pull through with that round for them to have any opportunity of bringing things back. That's 3 on the board for RIT.
Yeah, it feels like now that Gun Wounds has taken a step back, I mean, it goes 1 for 1 there. Nothing wrong with that, but now Kennesaw need to communicate. All right, whose turn to take the step up? That's what UMP is the most effective weapon at hand. Maybe not. Eagles. 5-7. Ludicity checks for a moment, turns around. One. That's unfortunate. It looked good, but the one missed check on K2 up in the rafters.
And the dump of the just unloading the clip there. Surely something's going to hit. A lot of damage inflicted. Benji down to 2, but not able to see it through. That against armor is just, it's like chewing through a really fatty steak.
Not ideal, put it that way. Save though last round. See, that's where I'm different. I'm an A4 man.
I'm an A4 guy too. I've switched to A1S recently because I'm like, I feel like I'm missing out. I'm getting a bit of FOMO.
Yeah. Definitely at this point, the A1S is better, but back to that. Oh, Nitsuwa just a bit off there. Seb, 1 for 1. And Gun Wounds coming down a little late to the party. Ludicity clearing out angles. I'm just hearing the plant go down, but can't do a darn thing about it.
So there's the caster's curse, and I think there could be the caster's comeback, because RIT, they have been getting nothing but W's since we talked of we need to see a change of pace, we need to see a bit more structure, and the structure, as I mentioned, it's gone from scaffold on the side of the house to a full-blown house. An exit here for KSU. So I love this, man.
I'm not taking anything away from RIT here in saying this, but I don't feel like they've been doing anything groundbreaking. They've literally just run it down ramp every round, with one exception. But of the rounds they've won, all 4 of them have been ramp runs.
So I think, sorry to interject, but just to kind of help reinforce that, are you saying we need to see a bit more presence, a bit more pressure from KSU over at ramp to adapt and adjust to that?
Yeah, it feels like at this point, I mean, if not way earlier, they should be taking a little bit of a hint here and adjusting accordingly, but we really haven't seen that.
We haven't, you're right. We haven't seen a double stack. We've just been seeing single stacks. All of a sudden, it's a player just on their own, solo YOLO, just running it down secret immediately. Flag the alarm.
There's an aggression towards ramp, but it too was solo there. And we saw this solo aggression towards outside. It seems like Kennesaw currently playing a very one-dimensional game.
Slow things down, and that's when things start to go their way. KSU trying to take a bit more control of this game. Hold over at Heaven. The player just by hell too. Uni needs to put them into hell. Anything about this, the timing could be everything, and it is going to be. It's a CT advantage timing.
Nitsua, though, at least got 2 there. 3 on the round. It's really made this plausible for Kennesaw State. Oh, and Proto missed that molly. It's not that anyone's there. It's the chance of there being, and gun wounds is going to take advantage with Proto going down. K2v3.
30 seconds. Tick-tock. No time for mistakes here. Just got to be executes. The round, the timing, the angle, the swing just a little too wide, and going to be Seb cleaning things up. Ludicity just flying through A site, and I don't want to say a comfortable half here for KSU because RIT definitely look like a threat, but they seem just to have a little bit of the edge of prediction of where things are going. And when these first bloods, when these entries are coming through from RIT, and generally Benji, they just back off, don't give Benji the opportunity for those, and the rounds seem to be there. Saying that though, the aggression yet again coming up for outside.
It didn't work last time. This time, Avner has a friend with him, and I think this is an adjustment from what we've been talking about. In that solo aggression, Seb going to be able to do some work to not only create the man advantage or put it back into hand, but Seb
reposition.
Trying to reposition, but it's failed.
I don't really think that was necessary. I understand the intent. Getting a bit overexcited, goes to that second angle. Going to outbrain themselves down to the 3-on-3. Another opportunity here for RIT, but opportunity starting to dwindle away. Moto needs to get this done like he's on a Moto real fast. Does recover. Takes a little bit of damage for it though. Down to the 2-on-2. Oh!
Where did that go? I think he dunked under it. Ludicity, meanwhile, has dissuaded Uni, and Nitsua aggresses at the right time. The team ace for Kennesaw as they get all 5 players, 1 apiece. And I think that I've come to the realization here, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but
spit it.
RIT, they are playing a solid nuke. Kennesaw State are just taking the individual fights, and it's clear that they don't have nuke setups. Not on the CT side, at least.
That could bode well for RIT.
Absolutely could.
Bode very well. Like, you can see there's been set executes. The smoke's outside to secret. The smoke wall's been phenomenal. The pop flash coming through ramp are great to get map control as well. But individual frags might just do it, Vincent. It's already a 4-on-3 and so much damage inflicted over on RIT.
Oh, nice shot from Seb. Nitsua gonna clean it up as well. 10-5. So I was kind of ready to say there was a bit of disappointment, from those first 7-8 rounds when it was looking like it was going to be more like an 8-7 sort of half. But then Kennesaw State, those last 3 rounds looked dominant, and they turn it back on its head.
Question for you, Zach. Are these RIT strategies going to convert? Are they going to transfer well enough to outbrain KSU? This pistol round is very important. Very important. Double figures already in the score for KSU.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be interesting. RIT On the defense, here we go. Swinging out. K2 up in heaven. The bomb planted. I would say for free.
It was for free. Surprised they even kind of were able to get that frag with a USB for the one tap. RIT better have something, forms of utility. I'm going to see a kit on the table, which is good. Another frag, clicking heads, as you said, the USP. We talked with this pistol gunplay earlier. The Glocks did a little bit of damage, but not enough. Ludicity on their lonesome, a lone ranger, going to be a stranger in this round. Shortly, and yes, indeed, pierced around is going to be taken by RIT, and that retake, it looked good. It really did.
Yeah, it was solid. I think RIT do what they need to do there, and they make themselves a 6th round. That CT side, you need to get a strong start. This is the way to do it. Now, the plant, I really hope Kennesaw just go for the save. And it looks like they're keeping it above 2K, so they should be okay.
Yes, they are. Deegs got a couple of frags came through along with that bomb plant. The flick going to be missed. A little bit of damage inflicted with the wall bank. I really need to write home about, though. Marshmallow Peak going to be taken out. Peak and a frag I see comes in from Proto.
Proto is brilliant to watch.
Shot.
With any scope weapon. The scout, regardless. It's just fun. Oh! Nitsua, Ludicity. Saying hello.
Criminal.
The man advantage now. Nitsua down at 1 health, sure, but rotation. Oh, Seb spotted someone. Oh, Nitsua on 1 health takes K2 on the Deagle spam.
I can't even. This is a full investment from RIT as well, and a full save from KSU. I say a full save. Sorry, a predominant save. Deagle's Tech 9's as good as it got.
And only 2 bits of armor as well.
This would hurt for RIT.
Uni giving the information away. And MJB got to take Nitsua out in the meantime. But a really good rotation from Kennesaw. They bamboozled RIT to perfection in Ludicity.
Save.
Goodbye, MJB.
You've got to save. I was about to say the A1S can do more than just caress a player. It could put them under duress if you're able to use it right. But in this situation, you've just got to pack it up. Put it in your old kit bag and just hit the road, Jack. Get out of there. What happened? What happened for that for KS? It was just good shots? Because we saw like 2 or 3 1Ds in that round?
I mean, I'd call those opening 2 picks phenomenal shots.
Nasty.
The rest of that is actually just... I think you would put it down to Kennesaw playing very slow and keeping the questions continuing to roll for RIT. Seb just opting out of that duel at A. It causes the rotation, but instead, Seb hears that rotation, walks back, calls it clear for the rest of the team, and Nitsua, somehow, I don't know how Nitsua got that spam Deagle kill with 1 health. That was ridiculous. Sketchy. It happened off in the corner, and nobody saw it.
The sketchy frag that no one talks about.
Yeah.
2 weapons for free from that round. Maybe even 3, pardon me. I think that the FAM has the MP9 and that scout. And just able to see KSU just build up the bank.
Yeah. A force buy here for RIT, though. They've gone for a single rifle. And that's the MJB saved one.
The util. Look at the util. It's gross right now for RIT because all the investments...
What util?
Exactly. It's got like a flash and a smoke. That's it. And 1 kit.
Oh, but Uni has a shot and connecting it beautifully. Gun wounds. Had a scout. Decides, the Deagle's better. Just do that.
Just use the pistol. It's fine. Bit of the leg seam.
Oh, boy. This is what we call a rock and a hard place. Uni desperate to get out.
Get me out. I think it's a little bit of a distraction, although we've seen that map presence already from Seb over at Hut. They're going back to the ramp play, taking a page out of the book of what they saw from RIT on that first half. And it's going to be very impactful. 3 rifles against 2 SMGs and a Deagle.
Ooh, nice work from K2. Upgrade. Problem is timing. Abner didn't get the frag. It's going to pay for it.
Oh,
and
yes.
it will be all the frags for K2. Actually, Benji stealing one back there, but hey. K2 deservedly taking the defuse.
I want to say a patient retake from RIT. Yeah, it's a false, a bit more of a sense of urgency, but regardless of that sense of urgency, at least mentally, they were able to take a step back, say, I'm going through control, I'm using that molly, and able to really get into sight in a composed way. RIT now, though, everything, all the marbles are being invested once more. The op's going to come out. That could be huge. A 2 AK stuff and power, as I mentioned, for CT side. A lot of close angles. That AK can be devastating.
No doubt about it. JP gonna swing in, find a wild sub.
That nade. Oh, no damage.
Down, yeah, drop down a little bit too far. Abner gonna be good for the frag. A K2 though. Hero, last round, about to eat a nade, and then the molly to follow up. Good utility to allow the bomb to be planted.
Not much the K2 can do that, apart from reassess, recalculate the next route, the next plan of attack, recalculating to the GPS. And so are these players that are going to be absolutely wiped to the floor so far, saying that spoke too soon. It's back to a 3-on-3, KSU looking to slip, and it's already down to the 3-on-2. Things are back and forth.
Crossfire potential setup, Ludicity out in the open, scary.
High flash.
And he's got it, the Unwound's helping out in a big way. Kennesaw. There's been some, moments. Touch and go is how I would describe it. But still, Kennesaw with this game currently firmly in their grasp. It's been 2 rounds to 2 rounds at this point. And I don't know, has it been back and forth the entire way? I think it has.
In the sense of micro plays in the rounds, definitely. It's come down to sort of 2-on-1s, your 1-on-1s. It has been very, very close. And I said this in the first game, and I say that because of the pattern that we're seeing is the score really doesn't reflect the kind of competitive rounds that we've seen in this map. Or on Dust 2. The op pick starting things up from KSU. And that's the difference. They're not forcing that aggression now. They're taking a step back and thinking, okay, how else can we play this round? How else can we bleed out the economy and the players of RIT? Not even much time that's been used up either. They've got a minute to do what they want with.
Fair point. Proto down, it's just even worse than it would be otherwise. So hard to bring it back when one of your stars in Proto, at least has been, is gone. Benji taking Nitsuwa out, the same now true, but gun wounds.
Oh. And
gun wounds through the wall. Was that through the wall? No, I think gun wounds swinging around the right side. Goodbye, Abner.
Oh, we could see something special.
Just shoot him.
Oh!
I was about to say, just shoot him.
Safe arm. Don't. No saving allowed. Get out. Message deleted. Gun wounds still just taking players left and right and center. 28, 6, and 10. No one can even come close on his team. Look on the other team though. Benji not having a bad game, 22 and 15, and you've talked of Benji's consistency and really putting on quite the show in the sense of frags, but it's been a tough showing for the others there in RIT. No one really able to close things out in those 1-on-1s, those 2-on-1s. And that's the difference between the teams, between the scoreline right now, 13 and 7. Good idea from RIT, going for the big flank on this save.
Not being shy about it though. Lots of stomping like elephants they come on the corner.
Elephants are USPs, might I add.
That's a mental image. Elephants with USPs just like held in the trunk.
Running.
Someone needs to Photoshop that and tag me at VincentCast. Please make this happen. Someone who's like good at that sort of thing, which I am not.
The cool guy glasses on the elephant. USP. Oh no, good spray coming in. That just seals the victory here for KSU. Yeah.
30.
Just
30
to save
kills.
RIT, but yeah, just filthy. What a mess.
Gun wounds, 31 frags. He's got a 3-0 KD.
Part of that. I'd love to have an interview with gun wounds in the post game. I wasn't too sure who's going to be on the docket for that, but regardless, the whole team.
Whoa.
You know
So
what? I think it's
first.
there. I think it's there. I think it's there right now. Look at it. Look at the score. It's 14-7.
I know, but I've seen far too much from this RIT team to ever believe that they're down and out of a game before it says 16 at the top.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for putting a pause on my excitement. I'm just really... I've put the prediction of KSU in there for a reason, and no BM. RIT have put on a great display of CSGO today, individualistically and as a team. But KSU are just living the dream right now. RIT, though, looking to turn that dream into a bit of a nightmare. Return fire, picks up 1, can't pick up 2. A lot of damage inflicted, does bring it down to the 4-on-4.
Abner looking to hold. What? Where did the bullet go? I'm just crazy. My eyes must be for decoration right now because there's so many of these gunfights. I'm like, what? How did that miss? Abner, second try is good enough, and don't know where that nade came from, but it was a slam dunk on Yu's face.
RIT looking to put that humble pie right into my face, and rightly so. 3 players surviving. Op recovered, double AK presence once more. We've seen this part of the story before though, and I hope to see a change in that narrative right now where double stack the ramp, make the changes that we didn't see from KSU in the first portion of that CT side to kind of bolster up these pushes. The presence internally has been crazy coming in from KSU, unpredictable, and they're going straight through into A. What, they changed up again?
Yeah, but K2 on the site is stalwart in his hold. Benji as well.
Much better.
I like the change of pace. The attempt was good from Kennesaw, but the hold was even better from the Rochester Institute of Technology.
RIT stepping up to the challenge now. This is what's been missing the entire game. We need to see that aggression with the belief of holding those angles, saying, okay, if they come A, I'm at least good for my 1. And we're seeing the double downs coming through for the 2s and the 3s. RIT, they mean business now. A save coming in from KSU. We haven't seen that many saves. We did see 1, I believe, in which KSU were able to be devastating with these Deegs. Good entry coming from RIT, but it's a costly one.
It certainly is. By the way, Gun Wounds definitely would like to talk to him. The only Kennesaw player I haven't met, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So, K2 continuing to be a figure to stand tall on that site, and MJB as well.
I think I might have been soaked having like 1 half of copium, but having the whole tank of copium, because RIT, they've turned things around completely. It might just be a save, but these saves, these ecos have been devastating, have been assassinating coming in from KSU previously. RIT kind of put it to a stop there. 4 players are going to remain alive. Util in their pockets and Op still in the hands of Proto. Proto, though, had a little bit of a quiet game. I'd love to see some more of him. If we were to see RIT come back and take us to Inferno, I think Proto has to be the one to get turned on here and really bring that A game with the Op.
I agree with that. Starting to build a bit of an economy as RIT. There's a very limited number of weapons. Not weapons, rather. For Kennesaw, they've actually entirely extinguished that Molly Benji throughout there. And Secret is exactly where they will be. Bit of a change in situation. Seb, though, taking a couple kills, dropping down. 2 players actually committed to this site. Oh, nice trades.
Really good trades. These trades, though, a lot of damage is going to be thrown down onto these Ts in early rounds. It's going be punishing when it comes down to these one-on-ones, these 2-on-2s, the 2-on-2. The bomb's implanted. KSU, they do have the advantage. They do have sight. A lot of util at the disposal of RIT, though.
Problem is, you have to spend so much utility in order to get into these spaces. Molotov.
The timing.
Oh, but
what a shot.
Time?
What did I say?
Plenty.
What did I say? If Proto comes online with the up, we're going to see the body drop. Yes, indeed we did. 11 is 14-11 RIT. Giving that humble pie back to me and said, hey, bake another one and put our name on it. We're back into this and we want you to take us seriously. I'm taking them seriously. I'm paying attention to RIT. Come on, let's see that third.
And Benji, 27 and 18.
There you go.
Quite the 32 and 14 that Gunwounds has on offer, but it is sure doing very well for this RIT squad. Tigers fighting. And Benji's done it again. 2 quick frags through smoke even.
Just melting these KSU players on their saves now. Not getting too cheeky, not getting overzealous and making those crazy aggro pushes that we've seen so far from RIT. Like, hey, just take it chill, take it nice and easy, and the frags will come to us. And that's exactly what we've seen. Benji farming on this save. And has achieved very close to the 30 spell, I believe. I think that's at 29 now for Benji.
Nope, there it is, 30.
Ding, ding. Has a look at the other side of the field. Gets the 4K2. Can we see the Eco Ace coming through from Benji? Eco Ace right in the face and say a body shot to finish things up. Benji, clean up crew, clean up on Nuke. And that's a confidence booster. Also, 32 for Gunwounds. A little bit quiet. And the catch-up coming in from Benji also got the 32.
I know, it's so funny. Just the beginning of that round, did I say the difference is 5, and he picks up all of them to equalize. It's so well timed. He's gonna watch this back and love it. But Benji shut down. Seb, tired of losing to Benji. Tired of losing rounds now. Wants to stop it here.
Oh, K2 responds. Returns fire with the A1S. Not an A4 user, obviously. Nitsu. Punish MJB for the aggro push at secret. It's not a secret. The secret's out. Loud and proud 4-on-1. 1 up, 1 player with a boomstick to get it done. It's all on Proto, just burning alive. Somehow gets the frag. We're going to get traded out to a molly. That's match point KSU.
Gunwounds couldn't stand for the equalizing. Had to take 3 more into that. 35 now for the legend on Kennesaw State.
This has been such a competitive game. Like, you look at Dust 2 and you look at this map, a different story from RIT. They've got the buy here as well. They've got the stick. Is it going to be the crutch cannon? Seb trying to go through the fire and the flames as they try and Proto shows how the op can be used and takes it the entry. It's a 5-on-4.
Real chances of success here is RIT finding that opening pick once again. It feels like when they do find it, they're so consistent at connecting it into rounds. Proto seems to have an inkling of the timing on that player over towards red.
Who's going to be the first to be dead over at red, over at the warehouse outside? Proto got it on lock here. I think they'd be fools to push that. They know Proto can hit a good shot with an up, and the reposition on this mission of where they're going to go is exactly what's in play right now. I think they're trying to work HUD here, if the HUD does not deceive me. Yes, indeed.
Gunwound's been very good in this spot, in fairness. Low range.
Close angle!
Yeah, so hard to anticipate that. You're so used to playing that up top, the flank from MJB. Good for the frag, but yeah, and there's Nitsua clawing things back.
20 seconds.
Uni's still here.
It has to be all on Uni, Zach. Uni has to step up here and shut this one down. Like now.
Ludicity still alive though, and the bomb has been planted. It's a 1v3 possible. Ludicity
Flash.
gonna take that first. MJB out, but not aware. The player coming in from the other side. RIT. They are on the comeback trail here. Kennesaw, they just need one round. That's all they need, but it has been a fight for that round.
How's it ever? It's been... it's like you're trying to sleep and you're trying to flip over the pillow, get the cold side, and you're tossing, you're turning. KSU, they just cannot get this team to go to sleep. Like a newborn baby, just fighting, kicking and screaming. Proto needs to get this done over here at Ram. Seb already gonna get some damage inflicted. And K2.
To a wall as well. Nitsua going down. And, you know, the only good news here for Kennesaw is that the loss bonus has really allowed them, with the bomb plant and everything, to just continue buying time and time again. With that being said, feels like eventually that shouldn't be reasonable.
1 minute to win it, to close things out. Loss bonus. Kind of not always there for KSU, just because of the back and forth from the rounds. They're doing an unorthodox push off this one, though. Not going to be expected. The trade does come in, brings it back for a good chance of the win. It's a 4 versus 3 here for RIT. Another frag picked up by Benji. Infamous in this game, trying to still claim to fame here.
Missed shot by Proto, has to pull back. That's not a problem for him. Molotov, though, might create some space right into the waiting arms of Seb. 2v3 now, a little bit more winnable. Players from RIT desperately rotating in. Oh, but in this situation with the disadvantage, it feels like you have to get aggressive, but that's not what's happening. Ludicity here in the position.
Oh,
Seb?
The wall bang headshot with the op. Ludicity takes another frag into their hands, and this is going to be, a catastrophe. The unexpected close position of Ludicity is going to get it done, and Seb's wall bang just adds insult to injury. A great attempt on the comeback. This close for RIT to take us to OT on map number 2 of match number 1 on week number 6 here for the NACE Star League. What an impressive 2 games that we saw there. RIT, they gave everything in that second map. Everything.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel to me like RIT were firing on all cylinders there on the second half. Unfortunately for them, Kennesaw State, because of how much good work they'd done right at the beginning of the second half and on the first, they just didn't have enough time. You know, no. Kennesaw State, all it needed was a few rounds, and they were eventually able to pick those up. I will say, I'm a little, disappointed, probably the wrong word. I felt like that was a little sloppy, though, from Kennesaw State in some of those moments. It did feel like RIT were the better team in a lot of ways, especially on Nuke.
Yeah, I wanted RIT. I say that. I wanted deep down in my heart of hearts for them to make that comeback and prove me wrong. And they pretty much did. They pretty much cancelled kind of the performance that we saw in the earlier portion there from KSU. But I agree with you. I think it was a matter of RIT just picking up on those mistakes coming through from KSU, shutting them down and making those opportunistic moments count for them. That last round, though, so close. And we're going back to have a look at what happened on the first map over on Dust 2. And it was, again, looking like RIT could have had a chance on the comeback here, but a couple of micro choices that just didn't go their way, a couple of unlucky moments, and that's going to cost you the map. Nuke, on the other hand, they deserved the win. I really want to say it, they did.
Yeah, I mean, definitely did feel that way. Definitely felt like Inferno could have been on the cards, but I think huge props to Kennesaw for closing that out. And Gunwound's in particular, I cannot stress this enough, but Gunwound's performance there, I think he had like 37 or something at the end.
By the time we're done.
It was so ridiculous. And that's in regulation. I mean, that's, 37 kills, you tend to think, okay, well, that can happen, overtime, okay. Even then, it's very difficult. But I'm excited to see who we get to talk to. Interview is ready, so let's take a look. Who will we talk to from Kennesaw State? Oh, welcome back, Abner. How's it going, man? Congratulations on the win.
Good. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. Well, okay, let's talk a little bit about this series. RIT is a huge force in this group. I mean, you guys are in a bit of a 4- or 5-way battle with Drexel, MTU, and RIT. What was the expectations for y'all coming into this game?
I mean, the expectation was like we expected to win, of course. Maybe not in 2 maps like how we did, because the veto seemed like a complete and utter mess because of how we banned and like the maps that they chose, which we weren't expecting. But we went in expecting to win because like we beat MTU, and of course they lost to MTU, so like that kind of like gauged our expectations pretty well, and we had roughly the same lineup.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm on board with that. Let's talk about the newest member of this roster in Gunwings, because played ridiculous tonight.
Nasty shots.
Yeah.
Just I don't know what he ended
Carried
with on Nuke, but yeah, carried is probably the word. How has it been betting in this newer player to the roster, and what has enabled them to be so phenomenal in that map on Nuke?
Well, the funny thing is, like, when we were going into Nuke, and like he was like 10-0 and then 16-1, he was like, "Yeah, this is actually my worst map." That was just what he was saying. Like, I just don't believe you. But no, he's been super great. He's a super chill guy, and like, so it's really easy if you just like talk about what you want to do. He's able to implement it really well. He's played a few seasons of Advanced, so of course he knows how to work in a team environment.
Yeah, this non-stop display of that. Yeah, no, thanks, Vincent. I wanted to add on, like, yeah, if a player carries you like that, you've got to do nothing but give him the pat on the back and say, "Thanks, mate, I'll get you back on another map." But I've got different thoughts after that performance that it's going to be Gunwound's worst map. I did want to ask, though, before I forget this question, because one that's definitely pressing on my mind, I think on Zach's mind as well. What happened on Nuke there? What was the churn of the tide, the change of actions that enabled you to close out that map? It was really close, I think, at the end. RIT, obviously that comeback to bring it to 13. Did you still feel in control of the map, or what was going on for you guys?
I mean, we started just trying out like different stuff. Like like we were throwing like 2 rounds in a row. We threw an outside fake and went into ramp. It's just like stuff like that. We were just playing really, like, I guess weird would be the word. Then we noticed that they were stacking a lot. They were stacking a lot on A. So we were just able to manipulate ramp a lot more and just take that control. I had basically no impact. I was not able to find anything, which, like, as long as the team wins, like, that's perfectly fine. Like, if I'm creating a little bit of space in the end, hope my death is like a Hooksy info death.
That's great mentality, and I think that's a winning mentality talking like that, because Nuke, especially one of those maps where it's a frustrating map and it can really, you sometimes you're not going to frag, sometimes you're just going to be going as the meat shield. If that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. But regardless, still impact was felt all the way game through. So that was my question, Zach. I appreciate it. But anything else from you, Zach, for Abner?
Well, Abner, always a pleasure talking to you, man. Just final question here from me is, anybody you have to shout out, say hello to before we let you go?
Shout out. You know, I'm not really sure this time. You know, all I can say is that, you know, Austin is the sexiest man alive. And
all right, well, on that note, that's true. We love the UMPs over here on the desk. Thanks so much, Abner. Have a good one, man. Pleasure to talk to you once again.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, I love talking to Abner. So much fun to get to talk to. Great insights as always, and I do find it interesting that they were sort of expecting something different in the map pool. You know, not too sure where they were expecting to go, but I think that was the big question mark for me was, you know, will Nuke be something that KSU feels comfortable on? Because is it a traditional KSU map that I have seen? So, they clearly felt good on it. Cuppa, final thoughts before we head to a break.
Watch out for gun wounds in the NAC Star League. That's all I'm going to say. With that's not my map. Just want to reiterate that. It's not my favorite map. It's my worst map. I don't believe it either. I'm sorry. I don't believe it.
Well, we will do some convincing of Cuppa over the course of this break. Give us a few minutes. We'll get the next series prepped and ready. It's going to be California State University Long Beach against the Canadians, University of Alberta. Be back in a minute.
Rendezvous. I really thought that was going to be the stock, but instead, here comes that fatal. Once again, DiDiRocco goes in quick, and Murr, a huge speed boost. Oh, angle check, able to find one. Oh, maybe another. Wow! What a shot from Murr to seal the deal here on round 9. And everybody, this is now last stock game number 3. Can Silver Fox clean it up? That would be it. No.
Doesn't convert the
Oh no. Oh no, no
This
way.
is it!
Everybody's going to be scattered. So many angles to check. If your fan chop a bonk is on 3. He's trying to hold on strong for the team through the wall. Takes down base. 4 in a row for your main AR. Make it 5 in a row for Bonk. 6 HP. Barely staying alive now. It's bounce to the nade. Locks down the kill for Edison. 2v4 the retake. So far so good. Up on top of danger is going to be Taco. He is the danger.
Cincinnati doing anything possible to try to get right back, and they do. Push over 1, going for the redirect, straight down. Is that just in? Oh, he gets the double take down. Bert, I have no idea how he finds this. Over Western Kentucky will find it up. Shot down tight, angle up. Dangling along the goal line. Can't get it done. You
Production,
need all
clip
of
it.
in.
Production, clip this whole
Instead, it's
thing.
all the way down, and Morales will add a 3rd on the board.
Alrighty, folks, we have returned, and as you can see, Counter-Strike's not the only thing we do here at the Nate Star League. We got all the games going on all the time. On Tuesday, it's Overwatch 2 and League of Legends. COD and Valorant was on that show on Wednesday. It was a great time. Some awesome people, and Super Smash Brothers are on Thursday. But Friday, your favorite day, we know, Counter-Strike.
It's CSGO. It's the classic,
where we are.
right? Exactly.
Come on.
And, if you're here, then you're having a great time. I know it, and hopefully you're going to know it, or do by the end of match up number 2. For Overwatch 2, just going to go back to that, and we'll definitely come to the current standing of CSGO where we are right now. I checked out someone's stream earlier. It actually looks better than I thought it would be. And it's a personal take, but it looked like it might be, if you like FPS, is something worth checking out. And to get a taste of that, come over on Tuesday to the NAC Star League and get your taste of that. But for your taste of CSGO, you've had a whole pizza cooked up earlier for match number 1, a 2-0, and RIT taken up by KSU. For matchup number 2, a little bit of a different balance in standings. Break it down, Vincent. What's coming up for match number 2?
Yeah, an exciting one at that. We got California State University Long Beach, a 2-0 record for the squad, and Alberta, they have a 1-1 record. This is our open premiere match of the week, and I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting one. I'll let you talk about University of Alberta because I know you have some experience with them.
Yes, I do. Proceed as I will. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Captain. As the first man on board here, to talk of University of Alberta, what they could have had to offer here. Some experience on this roster. However, I don't want to say it's a team that has the most experience in the entirety of the NAC Star League. And with that being said, coming up against a team as they are today, there's so much more experience over on CSULB, and that, I think, is going to be the determining factor between the two teams. However, I'm going to spill the beans. I've predicted for UA to be the team that are going to take this today. Call it copium, call it patriotism, call it whatever you'd like. But they do have some stand-up players like Exile. We're talking of Soupy that I've seen do crazy things before, and I'm hoping they bring him into the game today. But CSULB, it's a great roster. It really is.
I mean, you know, you should call it what you like. I call it wrong, but that's okay. I'm on the other side of that. California State, I believe, are going to be the ones taking the victory. And this is interesting. We're headed back to Nuke. And it'll be my 3rd Mirage today. So it's going to be fun. And then Vertigo is our decider, should we need it. I think that the chances of Vertigo, not too sure. I think this could go a 3rd map. Absolutely. The real question then becomes, you know, what does Nuke and Mirage look like for these two teams? Two that we haven't seen before. I've not had the pleasure of casting either of these squads. I've seen U Alberta, I think once or twice over the last couple of years, but not in this iteration.
And that's I think the factor for me, where there's some different names, different faces, and different strats and players in different places to expect. Is that an X factor that maybe gives them the element of surprise and the edge? Sure. And statistically right now, 1-1, it's also hard to say. I think unfair to say from like a neutral standpoint, they haven't really had a chance to prove themselves. I will have a look and back see kind of how they performed so far, and if you beat me to the punch, definitely do let me know. But 1-1, still plenty of room for a good outcome or a bad outcome, and this will be a good turn of the tide to see how is this season and this year going to go for them going into the latter portion of 2022.
Yeah, I mean, what I do know is that both of the games that they played were 2-0s. One of them was obviously in favor. That was their first game of the season, but their previous game here on October 7th was up against, to be fair, one of the better teams in this conference. That's Highlander CS. They are, I believe, it's California State, Dominguez Hills, TSUDH. I could be wrong on that. It's another California team is the long and the short of it. Been a very, very strong team. Unfortunately, had to FF out of playoffs last season, so we didn't get to talk a lot about them. But they are absolutely a heavy hitters, great group of players. And I mean, just to kind of name one or two, Josu and Redux are two of the heavy hitters on that team. Both are playing in advanced, so it would have been a difficult play or a difficult game to win for Alberta. On the other side of things, though, I mean, not dropping him out, California State, they've been doing very well.
They're having a great time so far, aren't they? And that same amount of games played in a completely different tale to be told. 2-0, you're feeling good. You want to keep that up. You've got every reason to keep that kind of clean sheet in regards to just sweeping teams and taking names. And if they can keep this up, they're going to keep on climbing and get themselves in a really good position going into early season or mid-season, I should say, with the fact of where they are right now. So yeah, you bring up a good point. Are they going to keep that up? Are they going to bring their top tier A game? Nuke starting things off as well. That's a spicy map to start things off. But from spicy maps to maybe getting yourself excited, Extra Life. It's something we spoke of earlier on, and I want to bring to you right now. Extra Life is a way to help out kids in your community that are in need. If that's something that maybe takes your fancy, you've got some extra time, you're streaming anyway, why not get involved with that? Check that one out. Something that I will post about on my personal social media as well. Aside from Extra Life, who else have we got to thank for bringing the nice Star League here for you, Vincent?
Well, listen, we all know America runs on Duncan, so does the Nice Star League. We have all of the needs, keeping us all fueled and ready to go. That's what I was doing. I ran off, had some Duncan, had some coffee. Yeah, sorry, I didn't grab any for you. My bad on that one. But next time, I'll make sure you get the delivery. But big shout out, big thank you. If you want to click the Twitch panel below, you can find out where there's a Duncan near you. If somehow you don't already know. If you don't know, shame on you. But big shout out as well. Thank you and to the Army ROTC, another one of the awesome supporters and sponsors of the Nice Star League. Makes all this possible and is a huge deal. Definitely check them out. Learn how to become a leader for life. There's a whole lot of things to learn there. And I gotta say, this is going to be interesting because did you know that you can get if there's a big if here. If you're a Canadian esports club, you can receive complimentary Monster Energy on your campus. Did you know that, Kappa? For free?
What? Like,
yeah.
I did know that, but I really think we should reiterate that free Monster if you're going to be on the campus that has that esports org. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty awesome. And if you want to get involved with that, well, make sure you click on down below and go onto Twitter, check it out, and also maybe not. For you, if you're not a Twitter person, go on Discord. Check out the info there too. Plenty of opportunities to get yourself that monster. If you're involved in esports, you're on a campus in Canada, get in there, give it a go.
Well, speaking of which, Kappa, I think you need some fuel. We're going to go get fueled and ready for this next map. We got about 5 minutes to go before teams are readied up, and we're going to take that right now. I'll be back in a few. Alrighty, gamers, thank you for your patience. We are just about ready to get back into things. California State University, Long Beach, and University of Alberta. American team against the Canadian team across the border. This is it's a whole lot of fun. I'm excited just because you and I, this is going to be a good time.
Yes, it will. It's will be a fantastic time. You're right, and it's the possibilities of here for things for the NACE Star League, of this to even be something that's come to fruition. America and Canada going that head-to-head, locking horns over on Nuke. Very CT-sided, 55.2%, I think it was, if my memory serves me correctly from the statistics I was looking up a little earlier on. 55.2 indeed is correct. So if you look what we saw from KSU, they definitely had a better time. It's 10-5 on the CT turnover to go over to T side. If that's the case here, are we going to see that upheld and withheld going over to the T side? Good question. And the pistol rounds, or excuse me, the knife rounds, we're jumping into the thick of things right now. Show off your best knife skins. What you got here? I see a tiger tooth. Not bad. The shadow daggers. They've got some other names, but it's not stream safe, so I'll keep that to myself.
Not safe for stream. And it's
not at all. Not safe for stream at all.
It is a throwing knife round, just because we are getting a pick into this one, and so the team who picks does not get to choose what side to start. Also, big sad, Team Modesto, not California State. Big sad.
Huge sad.
So, I do feel pretty confident of this California State team, but I will say that they have a couple of players with a lot of experience and a few with, like, literally zero. So, it is going to be interesting to see. This could be one of those situations where individuals take over the game, or could be a surprise for me.
Okay, that smoke gonna go a bit awry, I think. I think that was to block lockers and maybe even block a little bit of heaven, but going somewhere between mini. Does gain access to secret though. Squeaky, little cheeky peek coming through. The P250 coming through strong too. Down to the 5-on-3. Utility galore here for Soupy.
Solid way to get things started up top. Icy is good for the double kill, and Andy comes around the corner. This is all falling apart from 3-on-5 to 3-on-1 in the blink of an eye. It's like it all changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
Not like this. What a regain of control coming through from California State.
Oh, man. I cannot believe how fast that turnaround came through. Icy just playing so passive up there. Nobody even checked.
Ice cold way to deliver the frags there with the USP. I think the weapon of the day, we've talked about it a couple of times, and the impact, the secret ninja playstyle. Passive, and this round anything but passive. This is going to be aggressive, be ultimately aggressive. MP9s spraying all the way through the locker room, and that's going to be an absolutely flawless victory. No players to fall to the ground here for California State.
Yeah, I didn't even stop to get a drink over the vending machines. Just straight up running it down.
Gotta go fast.
Sonic speed. 2-0 for California State. They're going to be going into this round, though, with a very limited purchase, in that they're going to keep all those weapons, which I would expect, certainly, but it is absolutely a disadvantage. But here we go. We'll be seeing how aggressive we want to see in Paradox. It's a nice shot. Able to dissuade Andy.
It's a good way to start it, isn't it? Good way to break open the round. You can open a can with anything but a can opener. I've done it before. A spoon can be used, and an AK is going to be doubly used here. 2 picks separate on the map coming in from U of A. And they're here to stay in this round. They want to establish a little bit of dominance early on.
decisions, and decisions, taking the frags too quickly, and California State this round ending essentially as I would have expected. If each of the individual gun duels overcome with the better weaponry.
Oh, hello. Buy one, get one free. Or a ninja defuse we could see here from IC. I like Elliot. I love how he's playing this. I've fallen in love. Oh, this could be crazy. This could be absolutely disgusting. No smoke for the full ninja, the kit. It does have a flash, though. Could just disguise that sound. I think he's going for it. He is. He's trying to go for the frag rule play. There's no way. This ninja defuse is underway in progression. And, it's all going to be but a dream. Noble attempt. Close to guard. Whoa, my heart.
That was absolutely so close. It's a good thing I didn't notice who it was that that stuck around there, but it was a good thing that they did. Would have been a real problem otherwise.
That would have gone definitely to number one of the top plays. Number one,
yeah.
100%.
No doubt. Here's the buy. Oh, big moment there. Icy's going to go down to the Molly. Decisions. They got two in the last. Just open things up with the utility this round.
More frags coming in from U of A. And this was a buy. Be it light and the util wise. Still was a buy from California State, but their fate seems destined to be death right now. Jumping down from the heavens, down from Mini. Picks up the big frag. Huge frag. Call it a giant frag. And 3-on-1. All down. To Rockstar. Shadow daggers in hand. The A1S in hand. And needs a hand. Needs some help in this round. No one else alive though.
Yeah, this is not ideal, to say the least.
Medic. And U of A, I want to break this down. We've got the time to as well. I like how methodical they are with their play. They take their time. Like, it's a walk through the park rather than a morning run. You know what I mean? Like, it's a leisurely walk after work rather than that pre-morning jog. And it seems to be impactful. They seem to be bleeding out these pushes here from California State, and California State must be a little bit frustrated, I think, so far, because they've forced up in this round the hero rifle in the hands of Rockstar. That's it. That's all they got. Yeah.
The situation in that gun round was just dominant for U of A. They just did everything right. Alberta doing the hard work. Nice shot from Rockstar there. And you might get another one here. All the possibilities. Decisions down low, but
ooh. Oh, it worked. The switch and the bait and switch.
The old switcheroo. 2v2 now. Upgrade to the AK for Icy as well.
Big play. Only one rifle invested in this round from California State. Just a reminder. So if they were to pick this one up, that's pretty much like I want to say like a free round.
Certainly feels like it could be. I don't know about this commitment. This is very late into this. Bomb is ticked so far forward already. Don't know if there's any need to be committing. Rockstar at least takes one more out. I mean, damage-wise, massive. But we'll see if they can bring that into the next round. You can see the money. I mean, it's good, but it's... I mean, the save the guns could have been pretty solid, too, is the point I'm getting at. But CSU, clearly the decision they made, they're sticking with it. They even have an op.
Straight outside, actually, not choosing to opt in for the marshmallow play. We've seen a couple of marshmallow plays today, but none that have really yielded anything but like a trade. And that's the risk of playing marshmallow. A flick and a miss from Rockstar. Reposition. Looking good for the time being. The switch is there. The trades are there too. Down to the 4-on-4. The position. The use of white box over at Ramp is superior. And it's all back to the 3-on-3.
Tamer doing some good work. It's looking like University of Alberta have really turned the tide.
Immediately somewhat as well. Not checking above heart. Great positioning.
Oh,
Brings down to
Modesto.
1-on-2. Is it 1-on-1? Look at the damage. Already lit up that player so much.
Now knows they're coming around the corner and a little bit
What a
slow. One tap elite. Nothing to lead about that. 1v3 for Modesto. That's the player with some of the most experience on this CSU squad. And they've come alive.
That's why it's called Team Modesto, Zach.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not a mistake. Calculated decision by production. They knew that
Modesto
was
knew.
coming. Yeah, Modesto do. Put my name on the scoreboard, please, in big writing. Thank you. I see. A shot and a miss. A warning shot. That echoing shot outside. Fences. And by the fences up against the fences is going to be U of A, but firing back. Great long angle coming in from IC. Grabby one. Whiff on the second. Marshmallow player just evading that shot just about.
Still, well, was a man advantage. No longer
What?
2 frags. Quick the other way. One tap elite currently looking just that. Rockstar.
Gone.
One player committed at A, one at B. And FAMAS for both of them. So much could be gained here. I like this positioning from Rockstar, though. This is the right decision. No, I spoke too soon. I thought they were tucked behind that angle, but no, a little bit careless, and they are exposed.
Yeah, their pockets just been exposed to the corner there. That's all it takes for someone to get visibility. Get a keen eye, and these players are going to annihilate you, take you right out of the run-in for this round. Down to 3-on-1. No util to get done, no kit to be seen. All the util, all the firepower in the hands of U of A. Every angle and checked nice and carefully, but not that one. Control room. All under control that round for U of A. It's looking at a little sketchy here for California State.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is. I think that the
Dear.
Ooh, yeah, you don't like to see that. At least it wasn't a right click; it was just a left click. Could have been a little worse. Ooh, one tap elite certainly about to catch out of free B, and Soupy gonna do the work before that can happen. Push forward in towards the area, but Icy takes him out. The Deagle spam good.
Start. That could have been a huge opportunity. Pick up the rifle, get the flank, and deliver the firm hand to the opposing team, but no such luck. USP and the AK. Light on the HP. Light on the money as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a save here from IC.
That would make sense to me. I tend to agree with that, but Icy's sort of pretty committed to this area. It's not impossible to save. But does Icy survive here? I don't know if Icy survives this.
I don't think he does, not with that HP. I think that's going to be
without armor either.
Especially not without armor. You're very right. I didn't even catch that. I just was so focused on the red HP.
I could be crazy, though.
Can we crazy? Oh dear.
No.
That's not a save. That's
He dead for sure.
DED, dead.
Mm-hmm.
The death skull immediately just appears on the scoreboard, and that's a hard lesson to learn. That
can't live in that corner, not with that health or no armor. It is a buyback though here. But we got CSU in position to maybe do something. I don't think that smoke went where it was anticipating. On tap elite though with the AWP. Certainly is only one tap required from that gun. Oh man, a little careless there.
Second time I've seen that today. It is a tough jump, like, to sort of air strafe onto that ladder, but, you know, take your time. You've got plenty of time left. Nothing's happened so far. A little bit of excitement. Getting the best of that falling player.
Ooh, thought that was going to be good from Modesto, but I see. Taking a little bit of a moment to move forward. It's going to be one frag coming back the other way, but Tamara on the trade. Rockstar keeping it even 3-on-3.
Oh, still in the hands of Killer Breach. But not much ground really being achieved so far for UFA. Bit of a stalemate of a round, at least for the bomb down. Still in the hands, though, of those greasy mitts of California State.
Oh, nice timing there from one tap elite. Coming away. Icy still alive and kicking. Doing some big damage.
15.
Keeping this even. Yeah, the time. That's the kicker. And I don't think that duel even mattered because the time wasn't going to allow for a plant. This is an incredibly back and forth game.
Yeah, I can't say anything else to argue. It is. It completely is. The thought of the save, of where's the recon at, what do we need to do to kind of balance the forces and balance the field right now? Full investment. One player technically would be able to get that full buy going for the next round for U of A. That's a good sign for California State University. A good sign that maybe they could get themselves back into this half and assert a little bit more of a firm serving of CT rounds. This is CT side at 55.2% and a whiff from Rockstar outside. That could be costly.
Gonna try and reposition, go back to more of the later moment. That later is now.
Rockstar.
And Dry coming through. Looking for something, but it's just not there.
Great angle from Andy, but it's going to be read like a textbook. Someone's been reading a book before the test. Another AK headshot demolished here from Decisions.
Love to see that. University of Alberta. They had the man advantage right till Rockstar racked up and took a shot. This rotation is quite late. Just now, though, the bomb getting planted. They're doing some good work. It's going to flash themselves out. Oh, and they're also blind.
No way.
Literally nobody can see.
Dabbing over in B site, going for a squeak. You're at ramp. Do you stick this?
Nope. Plenty of time with the kit as well. Very well done. Modesto with another clutch, and it's 5-5. Yerv did a good job there to continue to push forward, got that frag on the rotate, and then was able to go 1-for-1 on the site, ultimately picking up a double, and it gives Modesto the 1v1. And with the kit, I feel like that's just more of a guarantee.
It is. It is. And for Modesto, you brought up a very good point at all. It's just really impactful rounds, impactful frags. Might not be the top frag, but the kind of frags that we have seen have been yielding rounds. The dual elites, trying to serve up a little bit of heat in this round. Upgrade the M4A1S, but this could be a really difficult one. A little bit of util to work with. One player's worth, might I add, in the 4 versus 3.
Andy's in a pretty good spot. Oh, they missed the molly. Andy still alive and kicking. That is a big problem.
They think this is clear.
It is. Well, okay. Would have been a good idea to keep a heads up. Icy and Modesto doing everything. It is going to be CSU to retake the lead. Is that the first lead since that 2-0 start?
Yeah, it is. Very much it is.
Well, 2-1, but yeah, you get the point.
that could be the change of the half. And we saw over in our first map of Nuke, or sorry, our first matchup, but the second map over on Nuke, the 10-5 half that was coming out from KSU. Can we see a repeat, a rinse and repeat of that kind of playstyle, of that kind of behavior? That second portion of the second half was decently dominant from KSU. And California State starting to behave exactly the same. Same kind of plays, same kind of executions. Only scouts in the server right now, so bit of a struggle bus for the op funds. Not a struggle bus for the pick, though.
Yeah, the aggression from Yerv just getting caught out in the open. Rockstar trying desperately to bait out shots, play it as passively as he can, but ultimately he's going to have to take the swing here and there when it goes a little bit wide. Decisions with the frag. After such a game-turning round, it looks like Alberta are going to answer the call right back the other way. It's a 4-on-2 in their favor.
It's an arm wrestle. And both participants just got exactly the same muscle mass. No one's budging. That forces them to budge. It's going to be Icy. He gets taken out. So does Andy. And 6-6 it is. U of A pulling out another strategy here on the T side of Nuke today. They should be proud of themselves and all, because this map, it's so hard to outsmart your opponent, so hard to keep it fresh, but that outside performance, the wide swing, just punishing that, get themselves back into this game. And I say back into the game because the difference between 5 rounds and 6 rounds on T side of Nuke, that's huge. That's huge.
Does feel that way.
Oh, dear.
Oh my goodness, you're doing so much work. Andy, the op, finally out for the defense. And it is California State doing the hard yards. It just feels, I mean, this is just literally so back and forth. It's mind-blowing. Modesto going to close out the last 2 frags. It just feels like, you know, one round is an entirely different game onto the rest.
Different play styles, different positioning, different executions. Everyone is trying everything within their repertoire. And U of A on an uncharacteristic save. We've not seen that many this game from them. We did see a lot from KSU. Ooh, forget about KSU. Let's be concerned about the util damage. So good coming in from California State. 3 players not even seen, but they're lit up.
I'd call that some fat util damage.
Ooh.
With a PH. Rockstar doing some work for Yerv as well. Finally, it's shut down, and Soupy does some nice shooting. Soupy, by the way, I'd say the most experienced player for this U of A squad.
I do believe so. I did mention Soupy in the pre-game, and I think you've seen some cheeky frags from Soupy as well that exercise and display that exactly. But I want to focus on one thing here. Yeah, you've got an up on U of A, but you've got a PP. You've got the PP Bison being pulled out the armory too. Op's gone though. Not living for that long at all. Out like a death match.
I love when the PB Bison comes out, Kappa. It's such a meme at this point, you know?
It's a meme as well with how quick that frag happened. The op's gone. The PP has been taken up the equation. To a jump and a bamboozle with the Galil though. Does bring it back to a bit more of an even territory, a 3-on-2.
On the way in here. 2v3 indeed, a possibility, but
Bleak.
yeah, 1 minute, and Andy, the op, coming into perspective at the right time. Missed shot, overswung. This time, though, it's on target, and that's the half. Yerv coming away for the final frag. A very even fragging sort of game here for the majority of these CSU players as well. You look at the scoreline, and yeah, Andy's down a little bit lower than everybody else, but for the most part, just 3 frags between them all.
Yeah, this is such a close game. every player has done something that you want to say is almost memorable. They've done something that justifies a round being one of a piece of util use. If it's the trade, and you heard it from Ab from Replay themselves in that first game, all it takes is just being that right player to be in the position to distract or to trade. But right in this game, they're going all the way into A. They haven't cleared Hut though. The USP appears like a ghost, takes one frag, but more frags are being taken, and this time by California State.
Is this going to be the tone setter here? A possibility. As Icy confirms another frag, it's down to just 2. Doolies and the kit. It's on to 1, and Sammer had no chance. Decision's the final one to fall. That is dominance of the pistol. Modesto doing everything that is needed, and this California State team are starting to look like a bit of a buzzsaw.
Yeah, they are. They're coming through like the chainsaw to that last tree in the forest. The tree's like, can you hear that sound? No, please.
Don't know how we got here, but I love it.
I don't know either.
Alberta, what do they do here? It looks like after that timeout, which I think well timed.
They're saving, right?
Yeah, definitely saving. I could have argued. No, I couldn't. I was gonna say I could argue for a force buy, but I really can't.
Not with. They didn't really do enough impacts in that previous round to justify that at all. I think it was 3 or 4 players survived. I'm going to switch the script to the other side, though, in a second. Sorry, go on. What's your point?
I was going to say, I don't think it matters so much how many survive for CSU, because it's the pistol round. You're not really...
Fair.
You have to buy regardless. But continue. Let's swap things over. What about CSU?
Look at their buy. You've seen MP5. You don't see MP5 very often. You've also got 4 MAC-10s. Usually there's at least a mix-up of some long-range engagement options with regards to a Scout, maybe a Galil, maybe the AK for the person that got those key frags. But there's obviously a plan in mind.
This is one of 2 things. This is a ramp rush or an inside rush.
Yeah, good call. It's ramp.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly a plan in mind when you're buying these weapons. I would agree that typically that's something different, but... I don't mind this. There was a meta not too long ago that it was just 5 MAC-10s or 5 MP9s when there was a little bit less force buying in the second round. But that's changed. Up against the lack of head armors, the MAC-10 will chew through opponents, as will the MP5.
I love the sound of the MP5. It really does get me excited. Gets me vibrating my chair a little bit. It does. You know, I'm trying to avoid saying it, but let's just say it does get me going. It gets me going knowing the fragging potential of the run and gun with the MP5. That's what it does. I'm going to clarify. The MAC-10 can also beat that head armor-less player. Takes him to the grave, wrecks up the money, and they're going to get to save him as well. So, 3 free buys, an option for bonus, and 11-6 for California State.
Honestly, alright, hear me out, Cubba.
Hit it.
I think that 2 players dying there might have actually been a good thing, because it really gives them a chance to win this round.
It does.
Oh no! The smoke was missed! Let's have a talk, bud.
Yeah, we'll put that one on the pinboard and we'll come back and talk about it. The A4, he's going to do 1 frag, but can't get any more. The spray down the halls of ramp into lockup.
So 2 players survive to tell the tale, but it's Yurav and Andy.
They're hurting.
Full kit of utility for both of them, though. Oh, that is fast. The rotation, University of Alberta, good for it. They fin this lead to just 4 rounds.
Frag distribution as well. Starting to see a bit of a tearaway here from California State University, Long Beach. Seeing a lot of players in the double figures. Still 2 over on the side of U of A that yet to really prove themselves. But as you saw, proved by gun wounds over on Nuke in our first matchup. You can have a carry, and as I've said, as long as they're confident, the confidence is essential, it's key, and it can lead you to the victory. Talk about Modesto. Has had nothing but confidence this game. Rockstar doing decent as well. That's a swing and a half.
That's what we call the easy frags, Cubba.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, but Paradox nearly bringing that back. One tap elite, doing some good work as well. Rockstar, though.
Ooh.
The bomb is down. Soupy creating the 1v1 situation. Doesn't necessarily... Well, about to find out. Does Soupy notice?
I don't think so. Maybe they're going for the wrap, kind of giving the full sense of
Oh, he knows
security.
now.
Okay, they did.
He's
Okay.
aware. Somebody was
guys.
watching the map. Somebody on the team was like, "Hey, Soupy,
Bro,
the
go back.
bomb, the bomb. You got the bomb."
How's this going to be approached here from Modesto? We've sort of kind of being on fire and being on point. I love the angle that Soupy's got right now. Kind of covers two bases, and yeah. Oh, the reload! What's the reload? What is that?
I mean, that
It's a prank, bro.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. Soupy ran out of bullets. Nearly a tragedy.
Oh.
California State. After 2 rounds in a row, they were able to buy twice, but it wasn't enough. And University of Alberta have pushed themselves over the edge to give them a eco.
Soupy had an extra life there.
All right. Soupy. Massive damage to a 4th player. 3 confirmed frags, and I'll take it. Eco frags are eco frags, but we love to pick them up, and decisions is going to make it easy. No decisions for California State. They're just going to go back to spawn and try again with guns.
So in pre-game, we sort of spoke of U of A, and you've got a 1 of 1 and 2-0 right now for California State University. Hopefully, you're a little bit more convinced of U of A's like potential. Like they really do have a lot to offer, and I think if it's not in frags, it's in teamwork. Going absolutely berserk on the comeback train here, and an entry coming in with the AK and all. That's gonna be a hit and a miss from decisions.
Yeah, a bit of a big moment with that shot, but that's okay. Yeah, definitely a bit more convinced myself.
Ooh, that shot was so close.
Oh,
The leg.
not needed. One tap elite. I'm gonna take that frag away from decisions, but that one a little off. Yerv. Get his way down in towards secret.
Oh, Yerv!
And one tap elite's low. Gonna get taken out. Yerv
Ace?
on for the ace. And he's got it!
No way! No
Yerv,
way!
ace to clutch it up down. And what was that, a 2-on-5?
That was a 2-on-5. I think it all started to unfold when Soupy got a little bit excited, started to push that stair, and what did we hear from Yerv? No. Get back down those stairs, because I'm staying upstairs. I'm the adult in this house and proving it. That is a disgusting round. U of A had that in the bag.
They did. It was theirs for sure. And look, this confidence, it continues. You're pushing forward. Everyone's falling to be the only one to get anything out of this eco round. And U of A, despite 2 wins in a row, are instantly forced to save. Onto that one, 13-9. That, it felt like that deficit had started to disappear. It's now back in full force.
It is. Morale probably going to be, I want to say it, like an all-time low for this matchup at least, for this game over on Nuke for U of A. It was 11-9 just a few moments ago, and those 2 rounds, like speed runs, they've gone so quickly. Not just ecos, these are full buys. That ace was something, and right to the face goes the scout. Takes out Yerv for that over-aggression. Put that back in your pocket, sir.
Nice work from one tap elite, but there's Icy. And Modesto as well, tapping away the opening pick out the lineup with Soupy long range. Now has to stand tall. The first of those frags are his, but Rockstar certainly rocking out in the trade frag territory.
What a shot. Not just a trade, with the pure just rage and fury. A one tap, just straight to the dome. And it's all down to one player left trying to contest the throne here.
They have a molly, but they're not using it. Okay. I got scared because, you know, that really could just be one missed shot and Tamara wins that 1v2. But instead, 14-9. I don't know why it feels so different, but, you know, 13-9, you know, I'm like, all right, let's come back and still happen. 14-9, I'm like, all the way with California State, you know?
It does seem like a round right now, like getting towards match point. Forget about match point. I'm just going to talk about this round. It is match point. Like that. It just melted. They're all gone.
Icy, more like an icicle. But he's not the one melting away. It's U of A doing the melting.
Sheesh. Oh, Dr. Zeus. Step right up yourself to the mic. I don't know what to say at this point. U of A, as just mentioned, is 11-9. What I think was 4 minutes ago. What feels like it feels like you've looked at a different tab. You come back and it's match point here for California State University.
They're taking a lot of damage though. This is much better round for Alberta and its decisions doing the hard work. One tap elite seems to always be like good for one, like he'll always get his type of situation. And it will be on to Icy. Oh, Icy prepared for the push there from Paradox, but Paradox at 5 health is uninterested in that endeavor.
Got some time. Icy trying to make this 1 versus 3 work. Are you the kind of player to say, got my one in a game?
No. You win and lose as a team.
Okay, good answer. Good answer. Just skill testing question. You passed.
I am absolutely a team win type of guy. But that's not to knock anybody. You do have to get yours in a lot of situations.
You do have to get yours. And U of A players got theirs and led to the double figures. Are they back in the run-in for a comeback? I don't know because of the finances right now. 2 players really having to compromise with their funds. And MP9, a FAMAS, like Util on 2. You do have the boomstick though.
And 2 AKs recovered from the last round. I think those are even more important to think about. Decisions and Paradox now even more deadly in those individual duels.
Paradox. Holding hut. Trying to see.
We saw this before.
We did. We definitely saw this before. I think Nitsu is the player in the previous game we saw this.
Dangerous maneuvers at times. It can be a boon or bust type of moment. But Andy, there's that opening pick. It's Paradox to go. And it's going to be one tap. The AWP gone. It seems like this might be it. Soupy versus 3. Needs them all. I said 3. It's actually 4. Pardon me.
Soupy versus 4. 45 seconds before it's going to go over to Mirage, and this map will be no more. Soupy, wide swing, and ring-a-ding-ding with the no-scope coming in from Rockstar. Hands up like a rock star and feels the vibes of the crowd. University of California State. Well, sorry, University. I can't use my words. I'm getting tongue twisted here. California State University. A dominant end to that half. It was close mid-game. It really could have gone either way, but the strategies and the outplays. It started with Europe's ace. That's where the demise started, and what a performance to get it going to.
Yeah, it's actually so funny. I feel like I've watched esports for a long time, but it feels like the impact of an ace has never been worth more than it is right now. And I don't know if we have that, but I think we have some replays. So let's take a look at those right now.
Please.
But over the course of this week, I mean, I've watched a lot of collegiate games, and it feels like, particularly in collegiate, the power of an individual moment like that ace is just
Tilting.
huge. It really is. And, you know, it's only the most drilled of teams that are able to come back from it effectively.
Very much so. On a younger roster, might add, right? For College It, you're still kind of finding what works for you. This is the ace there. That shot there from Yerv just takes it with the most confidence. And to finish things up, the shot through Squeaky, just a absolute confidence demolisher. It continued through, I think Yerv ran out Squeaky solo the next round after that, just to say, hey, I'm here, I'm taking this game, I'm taking you to the cleaners. 1-0 for California State University Long Beach. There is more to come, though, in this potential best of 3. Mirage is up next, and it's going to take everything in U of A to get back in to this second matchup of today. I'm excited to see what they got.
I am too. We're going to take a look at that next map right when we come back. See you in a few. The Western Conference here in Open Premier, and we are currently headed into map number 2 in this series, Vincent, alongside Kappa Frag once again. And, well, Kappa, not the outcome that you were looking for University of Alberta on map number 1. What do you think it came down to?
I think it came down to that ace. I've said it once and I'll say it twice, man. It's just they got demoralized off of that one play. They saw that maybe there's a little bit more experience that we're facing today, and that in itself can just be the punch in the gut that just sets you back and can send that map out into the trash. That's exactly what happened. I think 16-9 to close things out after that, and it's tough stuff. They had such a great performance, bring it back to 11-9. It came down to, I think it was a 1-on-1 that was just about closed out by California State, and since that, they just weren't able to get back on the bike, get back on the horse, and get that bucking Bronco into a confident, in control area. I think the worst part, as we looked at the data to go to things afterwards too, that was a University of Alberta pick for the map there. So they had the strategies. You saw it almost come to fruition. So many close rounds, and they put on, I really want to say, an impressive performance against a really confident and experienced team for map number 1. Map number 2, we've got over to Mirage, a little less CT sided, Zach, but still it's 52.7 CT sided, so that toss up could define things.
Yeah, I think that for me, the big deciding factor in that last map definitely was the, that ace making a big impact mentally. Whether I think that the players would admit it or not, it was just so clear the difference in the confidence level, even for just California State. And maybe that's even a bigger factor, is that California State just felt more confident. They were more confident, and confidence wins games in the game of Counter-Strike. Because it sounds stupid, but I say it all the time. If you believe you're going to hit the shot, you hit that shot more often.
Yes, sir.
It really does work that way, as stupid as it sounds. And, well, University of Alberta, they might not have been in that belief state, but game 2 coming up, and this is California State's map pick. That's the kicker that we didn't necessarily get to talk about in that first map, is that University of Alberta, they picked
and it's gone now. That's like having a bucket and it's got a hole in it going to map number 2. It's leaking water. You're trying to keep everyone hydrated. There's a lot of active gamers here, and you just don't have enough for everyone. So someone's going to have to go without water in this matchup, at least mentally. And I'm hoping someone brought a backup flask of water, because that bucket is patched up. U of A, they've got to do their best to get this pistol round. And I say that just based on momentum, based on mental, keep everyone gassed up, and maybe you've got a chance of seeing us through the vertigo.
Kappa, I have a question. It's a personal one.
Go on.
Up in Canada, you drink out of flasks?
Yes, we do. Everyone's got a flask.
A
Don't be
flask?
silly.
What are we talking? Are we talking like a flask that you would keep some apple juice beverages in on your hip?
Well, it's water, generally speaking, or water, as they say over here in North America. Water. This is why my accent is Australian English. It's a choice, because when I pretend to sound Canadian American, it sounds rather questionable. Questionable? Is that going to be the apartment play? The nade coming through! Oh, Venter, look at it go!
Oh my goodness, so much damage done, and this might be U of A starting this game strong. First shot, Soupy going for another. Tamer can't quite connect to second of his, but it's icy. Ooh, somehow still alive, taking damage, 9 HP, 1v3, and Soupy will take a quad kill for the round.
So my Canadian accent, I'm going to summarize it with this. It's a sussy accent. That's all it is. So enough of that. And more of the game, should we say, for week number 6 of the NACE Star League. It's been a blast so far, man. Zach and I having a riot, and having a riot is going to be U of A. Good start for them. They needed that start. I talked to Pistol being, I want to say, imperative for mental, and it's looking good so far. Early days, though.
Doigles, 3 of them. For California State. On the way in here. Ooh, Paradox caught. We'll eventually get away with it.
One bullet.
I think he quick switched just a little bit too fast. Quick switched. That was half a word.
Say that 10 times faster. That's a hard one. Quick switch, quick switch, quick switch, quick. Sounds like Quidditch if you go fast enough.
Which I learned the hard way is apparently an actual thing in
Quidditch? I wish.
Yes.
You know, if it was, I'd be all over that.
I have been told it is a thing. Not like the magic brooms. Like just it's sort of like a rugby-esque with
Are you rickrolling me right now?
No, actually legit.
Oh!
Like a local thing in Ontario.
I'm gonna check this out. I didn't see that when I went to the land there, but I've seen a couple of 1Ds. I've seen 3 1Ds. Make that 4. Can we see just the one more? This is gonna be a steal. If it was Family Feud, it's not at CS:GO. This could even things up. Brings to the 1-on-1 here for IC.
Oh, nearly had it. That was so close, Tammert.
Whew.
That was crazy.
Goodness me.
You're gonna bring it back, but man, it got spooky. The scary part about that cup up is that CSU didn't even invest. Like, they just had a couple deals.
3. They had 3 Deegs, and they got 4 1Ds.
Armor at all. Also, Soupy, shout out, 7 kills in the first 3 rounds.
Huge, man. Yeah, that continues. We could see the Gunwoods kind of performance, but it sounds like a movie trailer, doesn't it? 3 Deegs, 4 1Ds.
That's right.
Love it.
I want that cup of waste sometime in my ear.
Narrating lives 9 to 5, baby. I'm joking. Thanks, man. I'm telling you, you bring out the best in me, and well, the best is going to be hopefully the rest of this round here for California State. Good little peek out from Connector, coming in from Breach. Breach and clear, baby.
Breach. Wrong game. What was that guy thinking?
You know, I've thought it a couple of times, but I kept it to myself.
I just committed.
Full sense.
I have way less self-control than you do, apparently. California State down. Oh, Rockstar had 30 in the last map, but he's not going to be able to 1v3 here. Soupy with 2. I mean, that's 9. 3 rounds, averaging 3 per round. And that's a pretty spicy KPR, if I do say so myself.
Very much so. It's like the deal at the store, and it's like not buy one, get 1 free. It's buy one, get 2 free. Superb rounds, and yeah, some of them have been some farm-ins with the Deeg. Like Deeg rounds, you remember? The 3 Deegs and 4 1Deegs. It also sounds like a YouTube video. I'd rather a not safe for stream or work one. Not safe for many people.
Beast?
Oh, I thought that was going to be a nice shot. I was hoping for it, but wishful thinking.
Get Cuppa on there. He's got ideas for you. All right.
Oh, you're killing me.
Another buy around here, in fairness. The bomb plant has enabled...
Rockstar,
he's gone. Soupy. Hey, tick another box. That's number 10. I don't know why I'm counting, but here we are.
I love it, though. I love the countdown. It's the timer that's not there, but it's there because Zach's here. Mental timer and keeping you all aware of the damage and impact that Soupy's going to be causing right now. 4 versus 3. A bleak opportunity here for California State. And you saw what they can do with the Deadly Deagles. They could do much better with these AKs. Tiny bit of util, 1 Molotov, and through the smoke, through the flames, a headshot. Rip roaring here from Soupy, gets 11, and I'm keeping tabs. Adding on top of that, 1 + 1 = 2. Quick math, doll. It said 10 + 1 = 11. Quick math.
That is indeed the fastest math. This is,
Sheesh.
you might have been a bit of a prophet when you said the gun wounds effect, because that's starting to feel like this type of round. I mean, it is literally Soupy 300-400% the rest of the team's frags.
Like, he doesn't even need him. He said, just
in
put
fact,
me against him, and I got it.
I'm no mathematician, but I think he's about, like, the same as everybody else, combined.
Wow.
Big miss on that molly.
Phoebe.
Second molly a little bit better, and he's got another couple decisions, taking away the third, but he'll finally fall down with Yerv coming around for the frag. AKs. AK. No S.
I was going to say 8Ks? That's a new one. I haven't heard that. I know Soupy's playing well, but he's not playing that well. I wish he was, though. That'd be quite something I've not seen before. Rockstar trying to do something unseen, unheard, but it's going to be all heard and omnipresent, omni-aware is U of 8. The op, I think he's going to be retrieved. Ooh, a double op. Another pickup.
Ooh. That had to been... They must have had a double op and we didn't notice.
Surely not. Was that because that was a save, wasn't it?
That's
that
what. Yeah,
was
that's
a save from
CSU.
California State.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying it must have been a double lot that we just didn't notice before.
Too caught in the banter. It's easy to happen when we get together. We can be a deadly duo or trouble. Trouble right now is looking like Trouble's on A side.
Oh, nice preemptive smoke grenade being put down. Here comes that op.
Oh, the choke, the whiff.
Not even attack. I thought it would have been. Now the op for Andy. Entirely put into position, but Andy, see you later. No more. Paradox moving forward. It's Modesto for the trade, but it's 1 for 1 as it all comes down to this. A 2-on-2 before
flick.
the one-tap elite comes alive. Yerv. He didn't need to reload. Just swap to the other gun.
Keep quit switching, and you know, the whole time I want to give a massive credit to you, Ave. We've been talking of Soupy a lot. Soupy was still in the rotation. Soupy was still trying to find his way through market. Grabs an apple, grabs an orange, grabs a banana, and in that time, the team just did what they needed to do. Held sight, great utility use, great counter util, and picked all the frags necessary. Soupy just grabbing the one. 14-2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, everybody doing some good work there. I think everyone actually picked up a frag in that round. That's really how it came down, is the trade back and forth.
Oh,
That
the
is
flick.
a great flick. Yes, from Paradox. Decisions, though, will fall to the AWP of Modesto.
Good timing.
Ooh,
Oh, look at this little one-way. I don't know if that's a deliberate one or not. I didn't see for the execution. Talking of that, it's going to be Yerv taking things into his own hands. 4-2.
I've gotten to a habit when I stand in cast of waving goodbye to people as they leave the round. I don't know why I felt the need to share, but here we are.
Oh, I love that. I didn't know that. I know two things, though. That you stand in cast, A, I'm going to take a page out of your book, me and 2 for a while. But B, yeah, waving goodbye. Get him out the server. Sayonara on
See
your
you later.
bike.
Subi and Tamara just trying to stay alive. That is a lot harder than it sounds.
Oh, dear. The inspects.
Yep. You know, sometimes it's just not the right moment to inspect your gun, and that was one of them.
Nice
Covered
skin.
off the push.
But skins don't equals wins. Not when you're in a 5 versus 1. Or believe it's a 4 versus 1 that.
Well, a rough start from Andy here, but the op coming out in others' hands have been very effective. Modesto, the one to change the tide, and this kind of tells the story of how close these rounds have been. Is that just one round win from CSU, and it's instantly forced to save.
I was going to say, you read my minds, man. Exactly the same thing. Like, reading from the same scripts. That's the first save of U of 8. That's how dominating they've been. Europe trying to get back into that game-winning performance that we saw. The ace followed by that in-your-face push of squeaky door over a nuke. Format number 1. U of 8. I still got no pressure when we've got some time here. Just cleaning up things over in Palace. 4K for Europe on the eco for U of 8. This has been a really, really good start from U of A, but could we see things start to get mixed up and switched up with some more strategy, some more fakes coming in from the likes of California State? They're starting to get a bit more of an idea where the players are playing. A double save for U of A. Obviously, they're going for that op.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. You know, you wanna be able to buy back in here, but
I'm
it's
actually
understandable.
surprised they didn't. I know that ops are important over on Mirage, but
I actually went. I'm right on board. A little bit surprising. Icy and Europe are going to collect 2 apiece. Paradox seems to always pick up 1 with that deagle. Very good with it.
love the 1-Deegs, the Juan Deegs. There's so many. When the Deeg was in its prime, when CS, like, people first found the Deeg. Oh, the Deeg in CSGO is amazing. Bringing back my boomer references again. But it is a gun that it takes so much finesse to hit those 1-taps. And we saw a really cool round earlier with the 4 1-taps. Trying to replicate that in the later game too. You've been starting to step up again.
What do you mean,
all the
man?
frags needed.
Man is 16-7. He has been stepping up.
Oh!
Oh! I am in love. That tap
Wash your
was
hands.
nasty.
Wash your hands, Yerv.
Double op T side as well. What?
And that's a purchase, by the way, I believe.
He wanted the one tap, which I respect. Double op hold here, though.
Is that ideal?
Yeah, ideal. I don't know. Maybe lots of utility. That's the issue. Would be a lot better without it.
5 off cleared, but the player's going to be traded and cleared. Soupy to the rescue. The Soupy show.
I hate how committed that swing was from Rockstar. Like, all you have to do is take that shot, fall back. You know where both of them are coming from because your teammate has already gathered that information by playing close range, close by. Instead, you get a little bit too over-aggressive. I mean, and listen, no offense to Yerv, but no need to take that duel over in the CT spawn. Like,
breaking news. Just so 1 moment. 17 frags also here for Yerv. 17 frags for Soupy. Soupy, well, a little bit quiet. Still do have the lead, but this could determine maybe a little bit of a change in the game.
No doubt. And Europe has just taken the lead, 18 now for them. But, you know, it's kind of scary. Wait, hold on a second. University of Alberta. Let's have a heart-to-heart here, bud. What
Talk to me.
is this? You won the round?
And they're saving again.
And they're
What?
saving?
I'm so confused on these economic decisions. You're going to give it away around when you do that because... I don't even know to say because, just because.
I just can't.
You can't even?
No, I can't. I am blown away. And listen, if you're not a Counter-Strike fan and you're wondering why I'm so flabbergasted, it's because this is pretty basic economy. You win the round, you buy no matter what. Because you want to push that advantage and continue winning rounds. If you give it up like this, yes, you are going to get a massive amount of money, but
what amends? To what?
They could have had 3 rifles this round.
And a little bit of support with the Deagles. We've seen how
and
devastating the Deagles could be too.
They had Deagle armor as well. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I just
it's a good point. It's a huge point of contention right now. Like, especially if this is a map to get away from UFA and we don't get to Vertigo with this lead, and knowing that with the loss economy and their bonus, they could have pulled 2 rounds in a row, at least a couple of rifles. Yeah.
I mean,
at least 1 hero rifle, like, to be contemplated, but nothing.
Well, I mean, they did have the saved rifle, but yeah. Regardless, I think that we'll leave it at that. I just think that potentially a massive mistake being made there. And the buy-in this round,
controversial at the least.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Up back in the hands of Andy. Has Andy got the kill? Yes, Andy on the board. That sounded a lot more dismissive than I meant it. I meant that genuinely.
No, sir. You know, sometimes you have quiet games.
Just checking in, yeah.
You know, that's a topic for casters. I like to bring this one up. If you don't talk about the player that's not having a good game, but I completely disagree, and I'm glad that you brought that up. Sometimes you're just not having a sculpture, and that's okay. And Av's perspective, as long as you're doing your trade outs, as long as you're playing with the team, Andy getting very aggressive over a ramp here. I want to say a bit of a selfish push, but all the cavalry are there, and they're following through.
Yeah, actually, was the tip of the spear there ended up being nade perfectly placed in towards Firebox, but it actually gives... Actually, I don't know that really gave Modesto the information. Just a great look there. Looking behind Firebox, it is possible to spot somebody out, but it's just not happened here. 3 on 5. A difficult one to overtake. As Icy spotted. Modesto doing the hard yards. It's triple kill for Modesto.
And he picks up another frag after being the spearhead. Is also going to be the jab into the last body. Good, impressive comeback here from Team Modesto, aka California State University, Long Beach. Questionable purchases from U of A, and yet again, we're back on the save. How many rounds have we had as a save here? What is this? 3 frags though!
The dualies and the Deagles. That is...
Give him the dualies, baby. Give him the dualies to the face. So much damage inflicted to both players here. It's going to be practically a 2-on-1, and it is. This has been an absolute mess of a round, but it is paying off with this pistol pusher ramp.
Somehow, some way, Soupy. What is
Reload them.
commitment? I don't know why Modesto committed there. Could have just gone to plant the bomb, but instead goes for the fight.
Okay, let's pause. Let's pause the excitement for a second. 20-7 for Soupy, who was 11-1 at a point, and 22-9 for Yerv. 2 players in the server, out of 10 in double figures right now.
Literally insane. I mean, 20 frags in the first half of any game is very impressive. Like just no doubt. But to have 2 players on opposite teams doing it.
42 frags between 2 players, Zach. 42 frags. This is not even the first half over yet.
Ooh, nice shot from Andy. That was a blinder. Everything working well now for the 3-on-4. Double op retake on the B site. That is a difficult situation. See if it is just as hard as I expect.
Oh.
Soupy through the smoke.
Oh,
Yerv taking out Andy. And that is just too many players to shoot at the same time. U of A gonna confirm their victory and push it up by 1, 9-5.
there you go. I was going to say, you don't want to go silenced into that last round. Now you're going to go loud and proud. Another AK is going to be provided to the roster, to the armory, to the repertoire of U of A. That economy balanced itself out with a bizarre round with the dualies and the deagles over at A-ramp. Absolutely so bizarre, so bizarre. 2 ops to close things out. No ops for the boomstick. The clutch cannon for California State.
It's been impactful, but so is the rifles.
Oh, the timing, the timing!
I mean, that was a ridiculously aggressive moment. Icy just hoping and praying with no flash to back it up that nobody would be coming out, but
YOLO.
they've left B open, actually. And Yerv, or no, that's Rockstar who's found the timing.
Oh, what?
Walk around this corner and could find a free frag onto the op of decisions.
He's over the shelves already. For free. No awareness of this. None. He's like, come to me, quick.
I'm a little disappointed that Rockstar not committing to that. In fact, the aggressive angle. But meanwhile, Modesto over at A has not only cleared the site, won this round potentially for the team. From a disadvantage to an advantage. The no-scope missing its mark. It's Soupy. Oh, but Soupy, how many times has he done everything for the squad? Can he do it again? The 1-on-3, not a chance. 6-9, favoring University of Alberta.
Andy really chiming in at the end of that first half as well. Did have a quiet start, started to get the legs in, get the assists in, and be the probe of the attack. U of A got into the second half, and just to remind you, to kind of give you the recap of what's going on for this second matchup of week number 6 here of the NACE Star League, this is a must-win for U of A. So pistol rounds has to be their priority right now. They can't really give that away, or they're going to give a great opportunity to California State University Long Beach to get back into this.
Icy's got a molly. That takes over at B. Here comes the push. Pistols for decisions. Good.
They're going strong
Rockstar,
here.
Yeah, going down. There's just nothing to be found.
All the headshots. Everything's been a headshot so far with the Glocks.
One for everybody. Paradox, the only one not to get a frag.
Let me at him. That's Paradox, by the way, trying to go for that teenage kind of vibe. One apiece, and it's actually going to be decisions to take it out. Bit of BM. Nope, you don't get your frag, mate. I'm taking yours, and what's mine is yours. That's the team mentality, and U of A displaying team play here today over a Mirage. Love to see it. Bit of upsets when they lose their map pick over a map number 1. Map number 2, not their map pick, but they're trying to take this quick.
And suddenly Modesto go in California State, working against the grain.
Oh,
It's
no.
a single
Oh, no.
frag. No, a extra one. Tamer, unfortunately,
Ouch.
taking Soupy out. Unfortunately, forcing one more extra rebuy. What was great turns just too good. But all things considered, that is not going to be a problem. It's California State's turn to buy, and you know what? It's that time. They really need this round. California State, come back.
Oh!
Might be more difficult now. Soupy,
It's a Galil!
he's just so good.
It's not an AK, it's a Galil!
Rockstar doesn't care what he's got in his hands. He'll connect shots with them all. A nice jump spot there from Icy.
Andy, look
He's
at
going to
Andy.
connect it. Andy, I don't know if they've been spotted. The shots seem to suggest so, and it will be the case. No trade. Icy alongside Modesto walking in. Soupy needs the 1v2. Would need a triple kill, but that ain't happening.
Well, someone's going to have to buy armor next round, and that's going to be Modesto. Get a nice, he was. I digress. I jest. Either way, impressive mid-pick. Right, in the middle of the open, that wide swing with the Galil. I like that from Soupy. And just to recap on the frag count, 2 players still just eons ahead of the pack. 26 in 10 for Soupy, 23 and 13 for Yerv. Is Yerv going to start to get dialed in, just like we saw over on Nuke for the win?
I just cannot believe how hard Soupy is carrying this Alberta team.
He's trying.
I mean, he has scooped them up, shoved them all in the backpack, and then hoisted it above his head.
You can almost hear the team comms. I'm not having a good game. It's fine. Just jump in my bag. It's absolutely fine. I've got all the accessories, and I got the extra large backpack just in case. No problem.
That's right. Yerv had smoke, sort of denying him the chance, but ultimately might be a good thing as we set things up for what is still a 5-on-5 as we pass the 1 minute mark. A hit coming through.
Ooh, what a swing of con.
That timing is outrageous.
It is. It's absolutely outrageous. Soupy got their one. The rest of the team are alive to try and get it done here. Andy, good for his one. Can we see 2? Maybe the 3 and the 4 and no more. Stopped in their tracks, and I thought of a backpack for Soupy. It might even be a Corsair backpack. Corsair, another one of the lovely sponsors here for the NACE Star League. And week number 6, a quick fix of Mirage. This map is just zooming by. Year of 8. Want to take us to Vertigo. I'll be honest, I did not know if we are going to be going there. I've got a little bit of confidence, and I say a little bit, quite a bit actually, I take it back. Quite a bit of confidence in U of A taking this to Vertigo.
I mean, the more that I see Soupy, the more I have confidence in that player and U of A. Modesto, she's dead. Able to do some work with it, but it is just
Soupy.
a single kill. Soupy's already got 2. 1 away from a 30 bomb already. With 10 rounds to go. Not quite able to connect the headshot. It's just Yerv who's getting peeked and swung like a race car.
Soupy, almost hitting the 30. Wants to give Yerv a taste of his own medicine. Hey, you remember that ace? I do too.
I just win game. That's what it feels like the answer is from Soupy. Straight back to California State.
Low util for California State as well. They got A1S's, sure, and okay, they've got aggression as well. That's a great push up top mid. Hardly any, no damage at all taken for that as well, Zach.
Barely any indeed. It's on the site. Oh, a bit of a team damage moment. Yerv gonna fall.
Oh no!
No! Steps in his own Molotov. It's Soupy.
Please.
Soupy's in such a weird spot, though.
Would you predict this? I don't know if I would. It's like a Sparkles play back in the day that, no, gets sandwiched, gets Mario'd, whoop, jumps on his head, and he will be dead. I'm curious if we might see... No, they've got plenty of money. They got plenty of dough in the bank. See some considerations. Are we up buying? Are we rifling? Rifle they do. Rifle they do. Good choice.
Sparkles, that's a throwback, man.
Do you remember Sparkles, man? Classic, dude. I learned my ninja diffusers back from that.
Indeed, yeah. I remember watching those videos. Okay. Ooh, on the run, Paradox.
Hello.
You've been watching some Sparkles as well.
Definitely. Not just known for his ninja diffusers, but I see. Stone Cold. Bam. Headshot. Peeks out a connector. Whack-a-mole. Takes a player with him and backs out into the shadows. How you should play your Mirage. Make those T's earn their frags. Don't give them anything for free.
Nice stuff. 4-on-4, though. California State, they might have won a couple of rounds. They've definitely thinned this advantage that Alberta have on them, but it's still 5 rounds between the two, and that is not anything to scoff at. Alberta going to be rotating themselves into B now. That timing on that smoke's perfect. That's gonna fade just about 20 or so seconds left, and they're not gonna wait. Andy trying to time this as best they can. Rockstar, though, taking the frag. Tamer on the double. Are they going to be ready for this one player? Still committed onto the site, though. Playing the input killer. Icy can't deny the plant, and even goes down in the 1-for-1 Modesto versus Soupy in one tap.
Soupy in such a good position for the trades here as well. Gets the info. Info can be just as crucial as the frag. It's time for Cat. There's no smoke, but Molly for an incendiary. Incendiary for incendiary, pardon me. Flame on flame, fire on fire. It would be dire if this was a round that was taken away from California State. The fake comes in, the kit's there for the chance of the win. Soupy got awareness, the fake's there, the wide swing on the attempt. Bold play. He does have it. That's superb stuff from Modesto. I told you, Team Modesto for a reason.
Yeah, brilliant work. Modesto has definitely been clutch for this team so consistently. I think 3 clutches back on Nuke, and then at least 2 or 3 here, that being one of them. And California State, a.k.a. Team Modesto, forcing the save.
Team Modesto is the besto in the clutch situations here for California State. Little flash over top mid as well.
Looks like it's going to be an A hit. Pretty basic stuff. Good work, Soupy. I mean, who else? Soupy left.
Fine moments.
Couple of rounds, but California State, they have definitely made a comeback. I think it's time to call that a comeback.
Sir. Let's address it. Let's talk about it. 26-17. And the reason we're focusing on these big fraggers, when the big fraggers are picking up those 2Ks, 3Ks, or when the rounds are starting to happen and the team is starting to pop off of those plays. And catching up to that 30 of Soupy. So much pressure on Soupy, and you talked of his experience and being like one of the most experienced players on that roster, if not the most experienced player. So much aggression at mids. It's going to pay off, though. The trades just raining through as well. It's already a 4-on-2, and we're not under a minute 30.
Everything coming to a head here with U of A down by 2 players. But if it's Soupy decisions left alive, I mean, realistically, who else are you going to want in this scenario? There's no one better equipped than these two.
Decisions has been pick up the up occasionally, choosing the AK for this engagement. I think just fund limitations. Jump peek, love the idea. Jumps up on that bench from one of the patches many moons ago. Does pick up the frag, but at a cost. Take it out of 61.
Yeah, but I think that trade's so worthwhile.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Icy!
Even more.
You
What's
gotta
Icy
be
doing?
expecting that! Doesn't even clear mid. Just, oh man, mistakes made.
30 seconds, TikTok.
And Andy asked to clutch up once again. They're going to head in towards B. Modesto, or rather Andy, who was here, is going to move away. It takes quite a bit of damage in that process.
So much confidence here from Soupy. Just runs it straight into sight. Side strafe, bomb in hand, doesn't care. Doesn't need to use this to save it for the post plan. Trying to save it for these engagements. Doesn't need it. The fracking potential's there. 14-10. And what looked like California State's rounds, printed in ink, not in pencil. It's been taken away from them there. Just erased with the eraser and put in permanent ink from the likes of U of A. I see us on Vertigo right now. A forced save for California State.
I cannot believe
I'm in shock.
what I just saw. That 2v4, you just never can let that happen. California State giving away a lot of that due to the willingness to overswing, and it is looking as if they've gone for the force buy. Rice is the only one who really hasn't invested. A little bit of Deagle spam to take decisions out of this moment, but Paradox there for the trade. Rockstar, another one player. Molotov. Rockstar just sitting in the molly. Okay, interesting. Takes nearly half his health, even more so now. Modesto, just 1-for-1 trade. It's still not good enough, and this is looking like we are headed to Vertigo for sure. That round, I think, changed the trajectory of the comeback.
Oh, yeah. It's like a nail in the tire. You reverse out your driveway. Like, oh, I'm going to have a good day at work. Oh, it's not looking good anymore. I need to change the tire. I'm break off the walk to work. Might have to take transit, and they're going to have to take transit or a taxi over to Vertigo at this rate. Over to the construction site that it is, because this game has been a little bit of a construction site to navigate. The comeback was there. They could have had that. I'm not trying to be too critical or too harsh. Just a bit of a reckless swing in that 4 versus 2, and they take those. They take those all day.
Oh yeah, they'll have that. They're fine with it. So much to be done here. Final round potentially of this map. That are a couple of map points to follow regardless. 3 rifles. And it is the heavy hitters. At least a few of them on this squad. Andy has gotten a ton of info here. Walked all the way through B apartments. Doesn't know that there's a player over towards mid. He's always moved away. I think he might be caught. Oh, timing is so crazy there. They walk past each other, backs to back.
Oh,
Andy's going to get a kill here.
One. Almost going to get the second. I'm not sure if even going for that first frag was it. Like maybe playing the trigger discipline, but not taking the risk. Does get the wonder for the reward. It's down to a 3-on-2. You if they make it try and work, but it's not going to work. It's down to the 2-on-2.
Both players with rifles in hands as well. The bomb rotating desperately over towards B. Fast moving. University of Alberta. Oh, and Rockstar, you have to beat this. No! Decisions catches him out, and it's icy. He was the one to get caught in mid last time. He's the one to clutch 1-on-2 this time. Do or die.
One-on-one. Op versus the A1S. Do you believe it's going to be time for the bomb to go down, leaving it mighty thin? Can this one-click rifle taken out by the silenced A1S? And no, it will not be. Through the wall, through the face, through the cranium. U of A back into this game. We're going to Vertigo.
Yeah, and 16-10 as well. That's the exact score line that happened on Nuke. Listen, California might have picked out on Mirage. They lose that out. Same is true. Alberta picked Nuke. Lose that one out. It is Vertigo. That's where we are headed, and I am blown away by what we saw. So many big moments, Kappa. I mean, just look at this. There's been quite a few of them. We have a couple of them queued up here in just a moment, but Kappa, the conversation point, you were continuing to believe why. Why is that?
You know, the Soupy Show, I want to say it right now. It's the Soupy Show, led by example. Said, you know what? I have got a little bit more experience. Let me show you. Let me put on a clinic of what exactly that looks like. Not to mention, Europe did have a very good game, but not able to do what they did on Nuke. I want to say there's a little bit of bullying that happened over on Nuke from Europe with how we saw things happen, but wasn't able to consistently do that. But Soupy was definitely able to do that. Europe coming very close in frags, but the impact plays from Soupy, unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, that really was the difference maker. Like, Soupy, if Soupy isn't getting 35 kills there, I don't know that UofA lose that game, but it's definitely way closer all the way through.
The Soupy did.
There is just no way that it's not a bit of a different game considering that. But Soupy made the moves. Congratulations. Huge plays being made, and I love to watch that. I want to continue watching that. But first, we're going to get things prepped for Vertigo. It's coming up in just a moment. We'll see you soon. We couldn't let this not go all the way the distance here. 3 maps, and here we are. Kappa Frag and Vincent on the microphone, and Kappa. Man, what happened? California State, did they disappear?
They vanished into the shadows and mirage over at Jungle. Got lost in the shrubbery there, perhaps. That's memes aside. We've had a lot of meme talk in that second game there, and perhaps got a little bit carried away. But so did Soupy. Soupy got carried away with the frags there. Absolutely popped off on all cylinders like a V6, just roaring to the finish line, and packed the team. We talked to Av in that first matchup of what does it take to win a map like Nuke, and I think the similar equation applies to something like Mirage. If a player like Gunwounds, if a player like Soupy is capable of fragging like that, let the dog off the leash, even if the dog park or not, and ruff, ruff, bark away and just take all the frags for the day. I love that, man. That was superb stuff, and I just barked on stream for the first time.
Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way first out. All right, great. But you know, also great, Soupy's performance. Indeed, I mean, I'm with you. Like,
sensational.
You absolutely nailed it as the player to watch out for. Soupy was indeed that guy, and you know, it definitely feels like we saw just a couple of moments where California State as a team really just did not have a good time. They got a little sloppy. We
Let
saw
the guard down.
Yeah, we saw that 2-on-4 that was truly devastating. Really put a stop to any comeback that was going to happen. Even though ultimately, you know, a bit of a comeback, 16-10 is what we go to, and well, some of you, depending on how old you are, may not have ever seen this version of Vertigo. But I assure you, this is a real version that Valve released over this map.
Oh, it was so good. The run boosts you could do to get to the next floor. You can do, there's a couple that exist now, but nothing on the scale to what it used to. You could do mental things.
Yeah,
the
there's
Tower
a
of Power.
reason why this map was bad back in the day.
It was a meme. It felt like a community map with the amount of boost that you could do, the weirdo, like, off-angle peaks where you're off the map peaking. It just didn't make sense for competitive play. But now, with the rendition of where we are now, I want to say 10.0 to what it was. There have been so many calculated big brain changes from Valve to make this map more competitive. And Vertigo, I think even the watchability of this map, it's a good one to watch, it's a better one to play, and so much more competitive.
Oh, 100%. I mean, now, I was memeing a little bit there, but it definitely is a lot better now, and I enjoy it a whole ton. I'm going to enjoy what we have to see here as well from the University of Alberta. Can they push themselves over the edge? The reverse sweep, maybe. Even after losing their own map pick, what a storyline that would be. Or will it be California State to continue their undefeated season here in the Open Premier? Push themselves to 3-0. That is the question. They've already lost out on their undefeated map pool, though.
That's gotta hurt. That's definitely gonna be someone tread on your toes on the subway, on the underground. It's like, whoa, what are you doing? Don't do that. These are my best shoes. They're white shoes, and you've got muddy boots.
Scuff them.
What have you done? Come on.
I can't believe it. Outrageous. But yeah.
Rude.
Here we go. Game time, and for the first time, we're going to see a non-rigged knife round.
Also, this is the first time on stream today we've seen a T-sided map. Fun fact.
Ah, interesting. I still say CT is what you typically take here.
You think so? You think so? Okay.
100%. What are the actual numbers, by the way?
Giving the stats, giving you lowdown of what we're looking at. It's very tight, dude. It's not very far in distance. I mean, it's 50.6 to the T side and 49.4 for CT side. So the advantage you have is it's questionable, right? When it comes to these kind of toss-ups, it might just be statistically players on the T side have popped up a little bit more, a tiny like 1% more sort of portion. Not much to be dealt with at all, really.
Well, I mean, I think both of us make a good point here, because you see what's happened. California State, they won the knife round. They elected to go CT side.
Take that CT.
Soupy's
Put the money where the mouth is.
You're down.
Clear sandbags. Always clear sandbags. That's what you learnt from this little run-through of a pistol round. Try and be ready. Try and be sneaky. Nah. Not an R-watch. Glocks. Rock the socks off their opponents and a little bit of overaggression. Was that a knife?
You had it out. Yes, he did.
That's rude. That is
Incredible.
That's like a backhand. There's a open-handed slap on someone's face, and there's a backhand where you're like, oh, that stung.
That's exactly right. Also, come on, mate.
Go on.
He's changed his name. Avupa Pete.
Excuse me?
Look at what previously one tap elite.
You're right. Thank you for the comms on that, because that's something I wouldn't have caught.
Or Killer
intricate
Breach. I guess
details.
we could just go with that, to be fair. It's stuck around.
It wasn't fitting, though. Let's be honest. It wasn't fitting. It's of that Valorante game that we spoke of.
I don't know what that game is. Never heard of
Who? Yeah, I don't know either. Must be a mistake.
it. Yep, definitely is. Ooh,
XM10?
not a mistake, that is. Ah, yes! I love it. Hiko as my spirit animal with this weapon.
If in doubt, XM10 it out, baby. 3K, build up the bank, build up the confidence, and just, you got to feel that you got to be
Money!
laughing.
He's got 3,500!
Stacked! It's second round!
That's 900 a kill, 3,200 there.
This sound alone of the XM10 when you get fragged by it, if you hear it in the server, you're like, okay, who has the auto shoddy? Who is it?
Oh, it's
Like
great.
a bass drop.
True, actually. That's a good point. Somebody's done a remix where they've used the auto shoddy as a musical instrument. I'm sure that's happened.
You're probably right, actually. I want to look this up now, but that peak is something also with a lot. Paradox, big swing, takes the scaffold by storm and takes a player out of the run-in as well.
I mean, Europe didn't have a chance. He literally didn't see anybody. He got straight through the smoke. And what a way to start out the big gun round that is this one. Andy forced out of position. A player who I think needs to step up for California State.
I was going to say, after what we've seen in the previous match, definitely so. Caught with the util in their hands, though. Brings down to the 3-on-2. Not much Andy could do there. Overwhelmed, outnumbered, outgunned, and outplayed with the grenade in hand.
Oh, nice spot there
Rockstar.
from Rockstar.
Ooh.
Icy.
Oh, for 2.
Icy's made this so possible.
Paradox. Into another universe here, but through the smoke and from absolutely out of nowhere, Ashes to the Phoenix. Icy delivers an ice-cold punch to the dome. U of 8. Bit of overconfidence for Paradox, trying to get sneaky beaky through the smoke. But no joke. Modesto and the crew, Icy, California State, they are not messing around.
I'm such a big fan of how patient Icy played that. Think about it, right? Icy doesn't have a kit. The bomb is ticking. You know that you don't have that kit, and just waits. Plays inside that smoke the entire time. It is absolutely perfect, and I just love it. Great patience. A worse player would absolutely have gotten aggressive, tried to fall down, tried to play that differently, but Icy just patient as ever.
Patience is a virtue, especially when you're chasing pro level of CSGO. What a peek here from Rockstar. Not going to get destroyed again. Last round just gone. Gave you their best. The player had to carry the rest, and this time Rockstar gets the entry. Does get lit up though. Down to 6 HP. I see. The hero of the last round. He's deleted.
What is that molly from Paradox? I don't know what that was meant to cover, but it didn't do it.
Vision, maybe?
Oh
that's
no!
slow.
Paradox, hit a nade, please.
Yeah, mistakes happen though. Oh dear, oh dear. That spray going to get punished as well. That's a frustrating round for Paradox. Put that one behind you.
Yeah, just about 0 things went right for Paradox in that one, but hey, we've all been there. Soupy, Tammer, left alone. They've, hello? What's just happened? Why have they just left B?
Just leave it. It's fine. No one's there.
I mean, I understand Andy's still committed, you know, but 3 players just instantly turned around, and that's just the timing that was necessary. We talked about patience once more. It's a virtue, as you say. Oh, no, Plant not going down. Playing defense is Tammer, but he's turned wrong direction.
Soupy.
1v2.
The Soupy Show. Delivering more frag real quality stuff here. and more potential for the top plays and the plays of the week here for NACE Star League. Week number 6, and this player, Soupy, I talked of him earlier, and I'm going to speak of him yet again. What a performance. All these clutch situations. Yet again, frag leader in the server.
What a ridiculous turn of events that is. And that's another 2v4, by the way. 2v4 win for
Good
Alberta.
catching though, dudes. Always aware. Always on the observation deck to get those stats, and they're huge stats. Super yet again breaks the ice on this eco for that of course, California State. Paradox, though, going to go down to the hands of a blind spam-fire Deeg.
They have taken this map by the horns. And they are absolutely doing everything.
Look at this flank. Look at this flank.
Esto. Not good for one. Or got the one, not the second. P250.
What the timing?
1v2. He's got the first, but there's Tamer, who's had a blinding start. 8-2, by the way. The first 5.
Expensive round for U of A as well, mate. Very expensive.
Yeah, but with the bomb plant and everything, that's not so big a problem for them. They have enough to buy. But now, a round loss in this round, maybe, for example, definitely would be a problem.
Pause the tape a second. Oh, Soupy being contested for the first time so far in this matchup to go for that top frag. It's Tamer. 8-2 right now, if I'm not mistaken. Both of them still alive to try and contest who goes for that top frag. A bit of friendly competition never hurt anyone. Drives you to be a better player. Drives you to be that kill leader. Oh, that one's going into the next map.
See you later. We'll check in on that soon. See ya. Oh, Andy beating that AG, but I guess it doesn't matter. Modesto's gonna struggle out, take those shots, but
hello,
my goodness.
Hello?
Where is he? Oh, Sylvie! Not again. Not again. I'm getting flashbacks. Come on, stop it from happening. 2v4.
No. After all those frags that were picked up from Rockstar, they were so challenging. Literally back against the steel. Icy has done this before. Can Icy do this again?
Decision. Gonna swing wide, and he's swinging for the fences. He's hit it out the park with that one. Another 2v4. I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it.
My head's in my hands. Feels bad man moment for California State University Long Beach.
California State is gotta be reeling. It feels like after just in the first 7 rounds of this map, they've had 2 situations where they're up in a 4-on-2 and they lose. You just can't
twice.
You can't let that happen. That is not a winning team.
Soupy though. The Soupy diff, man. Soupy still just clicking heads. It is Nico. The wallbang headshot gets punished though. Rockstar checking in for the chance of the win with a 5-7. The 4-on-3, so much damage inflicted. This is doable with pistols, but already melted those plays down to a 4-on-1. AK for Rockstar. Do you save that or do you go for this?
I think you save it, but I could see the fact that they might want to go for it just to continue doing damage. Looks like exits, so sort of 50-50 might be the ultimate reality. Hey, there we go. Actually, just Killer Breach now.
Perfect. Can confirm. Killer Breach in the server. From one game to the next. Soupy back on top of the scoreboard. Why, of course. 8 frags is your kill leader over on Rockstar in the side of California State. But the Soupy show for your Friday. Andy, really nice entry. Didn't catch that with the feed, but it doesn't matter. It's impactful. Trading out really quickly, though, from Killer Breach. There goes your op. There goes your investment. Can't buy one next round either, Fandy. even with lost bonus.
Oh, there's
Rockstar.
Rockstar. Always consistent, able to bring things back. Man advantage now, but Paradox. Oh, this timing's so perfect. He just walked away. Now spotted out, but Paradox moves back around the corner. Molotov trying to create some space.
Good G-Till.
Realistically, though, it's not going to matter. The smoke comes out at the right time. Killer Breach is... Oh, this
Oh
Molly.
dear. You can't default plant now. Nope. There goes your plant. There goes your round, baby. It's down to a 3-on-1. That Molotov completely just prevented anything getting done on site.
1-on-3. That's the requirement for the victory here. Icy might be thrown out. And he will be. 35 seconds. Really not the time to rotate. And that was not even thought about by Paradox. Modesto up in hand. Not the most consistent thing we see in his hands, but still. And you know what? I think that, you know, at the risk of harping on this, I think that it's important that we talk about the struggles that Andy has had here, mostly because he's been using the AWP. When you have the most expensive gun in the game, it's imperative that you have impact with it.
And if you don't, you switch off of it. And I want to bring up a counter argument, not even a counter argument, delve into it a bit deeper in a deep dive. Look at Seb. Seb from KSU was not doing well on the Op and Dust 2. But the quick change to say, you know what? Self-admittance, I'm not hitting today. Someone else up. That changed the game. That completely changed the game. We haven't really seen that from Team Modesto, from California State, have we? We've just seen doubling down, tripling down, quadding down on these no frag op rounds. You can't have that.
Yeah, harsh as it sounds, reality.
It's true. It's expensive.
It is indeed. Modesto, though, trying to keep things good, and he is. Rockstar chiming in as well. The push towards mid, not effective.
Okay.
This is the best round we've seen. Best round we've seen. Most dominant. They finally have a flawless one. It's California State gonna put themselves, what I meant to say,
better.
into a 3-6 scenario. Great anti-eco.
It was a good anti-eco, but my only one qualm for that is they gave up a lot of good positioning, a lot of good advanced peaks on an eco for U of A, right? So that being said, they've got awareness of their kind of strategies, their plays, but they're not going to predict that one. Great flash from the teammate of Icy. Grants permission for the entry frag to be yielded.
Oh, look who's dead. It's Soupy. Not one you want to be seeing gone. Here comes Paradox. Oh, it's denial. Icy with a nice timing. All up to decisions and Tamer and decisions. Taps the toe into the molly and gives away the gander.
Four on one. Not much Tamer can really do here apart from the save. A little bit of util. Could maybe provide a little bit more eco, or econ I should say, in the forms of an AK to the next round. If they do make it through with the Vulcan, that classic AK skin. Plastered in Cloud9 stickers there. As though Tamer hears me saying that, just puts it on display once more.
It is a pretty skin, to be fair.
It is. It is a very pretty skin. I wonder what the wear on that is as well. I think it's at least been wet. Maybe even fact new. Not even a scratch, but it doesn't matter about the skin. Going for the win is going to be California State on the hunt, on the prowl. And, well, eyes wide open at nighttime like an owl. Take out Tamer. Take the AK. And 2 AKs. In fact, pardon me, I take it back. 3 AKs make it to the CT side. So, stop and power upgrades. I think the best positions that we've seen them in so far this half for them to get themselves back into this game. It was 6-1 at a point.
Oh, it absolutely was. What a turn, though. Andy going down.
Was that
volley
again?
Now the op is going to be denied. Recovery, it's 4 for Modesto. Rockstar stealing one away. Well, helping out, really. Not really a stolen ace there, but this is a comeback. I mean, Modesto with the quad and California State now just 1 round away from actually tying this game up.
Bit more of a quieter game here from Soupy. Was starting to puff up, was 11-2, started to simmer down as though someone turned the stove down to 1 out of 10. So just slow simmer. Who started to tune in a couple of players over on the side of California State University. 2 players at 13 frags now, so a dynamic duo kind of performance. And it's a little bit of a problem. Soupy struggling to deal with it, actually. Andy not having the op recovered. Did have to reinvest here. Lots of money, though. A bolstered economy. I want to say for at least another couple of rounds, maybe the entire half here.
It's definitely close. I don't think they'll have that much money, but here we are.
It'll be close. Okay.
The gun barrel poking through the plywood gives it away. And Modesto takes the opening pick for California State. CSU. There we go.
Andy.
The op ringing out true on both sides. His decisions brings things a bit more even stead. Killer Breach is in a killer spot here. First shot, second shot, it's connected.
They're back in this.
Oh, a little bit overzealous.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly that. A little bit over-aggressive. Gets punished for that cha-cha slide a little too far around the corner. Tries to get the info after getting a couple of cheeky picks there. You understand the intent, but the intent's going to leave a little bit resent in decision making. Maybe I shouldn't have overpeaked that, but you know what? Doesn't matter. The team's got me.
Got the back.
Soupy just pick up the 1 frag, and the rest of the team starting to chime in here. Love to see it here from U of A. 14 for Modesto, 13 for Rockstar. The rest of the team been a little bit quiet. Andy has started to pick up a couple more op frags, but not really anything to write home about.
Nice round from Andy that last round there, but unfortunately
Indeed.
it doesn't matter because the round goes the other direction. It doesn't have the impact he was hoping. Either way, a good turn regardless for the individual and a good opening pick.
Indeed.
Yerv doing that damage.
It is tough being an upper. Like, you need to emphasize that. And Andy, not on an up now, doesn't have that privilege. Had the
No money.
money just gone, mate. What money? You only get so many chances for the up, and you've got to kind of accept, okay, I'm going to be more impactful with the rifle. This is what I can do. Andy just holding this beam for as long as possible. Just try to dance around. Try and gain some knowledge. Does gain a frag too. 2 from Andy. And this is what you need to see. The switch up and the frag out.
Big triple
Perfect
kill.
stuff. That's it.
Andy on the B site, stepping up. A big multi-frag. Yeah, I love to see that. And we talked about that step up. You just said it, and it's happening here and now. Up to 7 frags. Modesto coming to help out there later on. California State, they're in position to make a comeback.
Hopefully that confidence of that 3K with the A1S is going to give him the advantage, the leg up here. A Soapy, lovely 1 dig to start things off. 4 digs in this matchup. That was last game, pardon me. Regardless, I am curious to see what happens with this up here. Great plays from Andy, and you asked the question now, what would happen if that switch up happened earlier, right? With going towards the rifle.
Well,
I see. Let's pick up a frag. 1 rifle in the hands here of U of 8. 1 A1S.
Soupy as well.
Good point. Good addition. Cherry on the cake. Ooh, Tama. Not even going to stammer. Not even going to pause. Gets the frags and gets the reward. The flank's coming through, though. A1S still in the hands of Soupy Breach. Just being the bait in sight here.
Oh, he's turned around. at the right
Ooh.
time. Glock in hand. Is that going to be enough? It's Soupy to close in the op. Or sorry, that's a rifle. I'm blind as a bat, but that is outrageous. That's an eco win. I mean, they had 4 deagles, sure, but
Glocks getting kills though.
I know, and Soupy recovered that rifle, does well with it to get 3 kills total. And that's the danger. Eco victory for Alberta.
Trying to do something. What a play! What a peek! A pixel peek. Not going to clear that corner though. The basic angle. Going to get traded. But that headshot wallbang. What a nice peek on the middle box going up ramp. Love that.
Yeah, but it's insta-traded, so yeah, it does thin out those numbers just a little bit, but it doesn't regain the advantage that was lost in that scenario. You have Alberta putting the numbers into that numpad, bomb planted, and lots of utility. But okay, hi Soupy. He's in spawn. He's where you buy guns. By the way.
Fair enough. Soupy. The Soupy show continues. I'll take 2 this round, please. Andy. Back against the bleachers here for the last round of the half. And 9-6. Going berserk to finish things out. 18-9. Starting to run away with the game again here, Soupy. Almost 20 before the break.
I will say that I think that there's a lot of good work being done by CSU in that they were able to make a bit of a comeback there. They did a great job of that.
Yes, sir.
You know, 6-1 up to 6-7, I think, and then U of A were able to close things out 9-6. But still, lots to want. And I am definitely in wanting here for California State. They are on the run up though. They can repeat exactly what U of A did. We're headed to overtime, so simple as it sounds, it's as easy as that.
Blocks. P2 versus Doolies. And the USP times 3. Okay. Doolies just popping off. USP headshot, headshot, headshot. The P2 grabs the 1, and it's over and done for those T's. CSU. Not an issue for the likes of U of A.
You know what?
So aggressive on the retake too.
It
So
really
aggressive.
feels like that the difference between Nuke and Vertigo is so very interesting because California State, it felt like they had the team that was kind of all showing up on Nuke, right? Everybody kind of had some moments, whereas U of A, they just had a couple of individuals showing up. It's now here on Vertigo, the entire dynamic has swapped. It's U of A that's actually making those moves and all those individuals stepping up, whereas California State,
W.
they just don't have it.
It actually worked too. I'm so surprised as to Hail Mary. They've got nothing left to lose here. We've got to get rounds. We've got to get them now. Straight into sight there. Annihilating. The A1S is just holding, trying to stand strong.
The worst part about it is that California State, they bought. They fully purchased. They have
They
2
did.
MP9s on this retake, but 2v5, I mean, we've seen 2v4s happen many times here already. But it's just not going to matter.
No, so shutting down one. A little bit of money for you, sir, for decisions. You're right. The purchase in. They're going to have to go for the full save now for U of A. Maybe a dig or 2 just spread amongst.
I was going to
gents
say,
over there.
they could go for the
forcing in.
board. Yeah, they could
They
go
are.
for the rebuy here. I mean, they won the pistol. They've been able to buy in that last round based on that win, and they lost it, so I guess go for the repurchase. But a nade stack was the plan.
Zero
where that
impact on
went.
next stack. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say.
Modesto, okay.
Okay.
I don't know where Modesto just got 3 kills, but that is ridiculous.
They were all headshots too. Every single one. 1, 2, 3. As easy as 1, 2, 3. Probably just coming through the ladder there. Just coming through from up the stairs.
Looks like it. Definitely. So the force buy, I feel like it's so risky here on the CT side. Because now you have to go for another save. You're talking 3 rounds given back over to California State. This comeback has already started to happen, it feels.
Oh, no rifle to enable that gladiator play into next round too. You've hit the nail on the head, mate. You've hit it with a mallet. You've just given it a whack, just the lightest of taps, and it shows through.
Bonk.
Then you bonk, just bonk right on the head, and yeah, that's how UFA feel right now, because they've got to take a step back, take some time. How you can treat these rounds, though, is talk about your strategies going forward, right? It doesn't matter the outcome of this round. If you grab a frag, you get your 1 between the team, your 2, fantastic. But you've got to figure out a game plan going forward. They've got to put a stop to this. The quick pushes are annihilating them here from California State. CSU coming through.
Set up. Rockstar doing some good work. Decisions left alone for just a moment, and yeah, here it is. That's the comeback guaranteed. I mean, California State, they have made it back into this. It's near even scenarios. And we go the distance. Map 3 turning out to be a real banger.
Can I say T-sided?
Yeah.
Cheeky.
I mean, you definitely can. It
Not
does.
much, though.
Well, I mean, I think this really goes to show where these two teams are feeling good. But I'll come back. Killer Breach with some good work, fully investing all of those bullets, and Tamer doing the same. As soon as the gunplay comes back out, things have changed.
What a spray transfer as well. Killer Breach, no one there for the trade, though. Bit of a reckless push and leads to a reckless outcome. Taken out, down to the 3-on-2. Still very doable here for Team Modesto and the likes of CSU.
All right, Soupy.
Soupy.
He's found his way back. He was lost for a few rounds.
I once was lost, but now I am found. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
I got that wavelength, baby. Nice one. 21 and 13 for Soupy. Still, even after a lull, even after a valley, has started to come back. Yes. Oh man. Keep it going.
I know. By the way, my favorite song to fall to sleep to, back when I was younger.
It's a banger, dude.
Amazing Grace. UFA. Well, we'll see if they continue giving grace over to California State, because they definitely give them a chance to come back here. But it's back and forth here again. Rockstar pushing forward. Icy getting flashed in and fall back. It's a race with time. But Icy gonna finally get stolen out as CT moves over to side hall. Tamer might be low, but he's still alive and kicking. It's gonna hear Icy fall back in the situation. And that is all okay for California, because they've got the B site on lockdown.
California, here we come. Walked on the Long Beach, and they're going to get it done. 4-on-3. U of A, plenty to do here. Lights on the armor, light on the util, and light on the money too. This has got to be a save, I think, in my book. Especially now, but no save is going to be offered, issued, or given the opportunity to come to fruition. CSU, they're back in the driving position here. They've been riding shotgun, riding the passenger, but they want to get back into that driver's seat. I see a Nova.
What? Yeah. I mean, I think this is actually great as a little bit of an eco weapon, and that's what it's being used for here for U of A. It can be very powerful in some of those close range angles that Vertigo provide, whilst not being a big investment into the economy. It's just 1,050.
True. Ooh. A bit of pistol action. Tab up. Tapping into that one.
Should be, yeah. Well, wasn't quite the nade to do it, but it was close enough. But Hesto on another double kill on the flank. Just lurking has been his bread and butter this half.
You dirty lurker.
How dare you?
How dare you? I'm a lurker
Lurkers
too,
are
so I
very
know that.
clean humans.
That's so untrue. That's so untrue.
I can't believe you'd say that about my friend Modesto.
You know what? Modesto, give credit. It was the massive slap on the back. Deserves it. Like that from your dad, or your mum for that matter, or both even. Encouragement is definitely owed to someone that can successfully lurk, but it's a frowned upon strategy in any FPS community, especially CSGO. Get a life, bro. Go work play with your team. No, Modesto doesn't need to. Really doing so well with those lurks. 20 frags.
Cuppa, you are literally in essence of the matchmaking player right now. And I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. You know what else
Hell
I'm here
yeah.
for? This
Go
comeback.
on.
California
it's real.
State. They made it. It's tied. It's 11-11.
They forced a timeout too, and level of a make-a-wish. That's what the UFA have got to do right now. They were 6-1 in the lead on that T side. 6-1! And even at the half, it was 9-6.
Yeah, I mean, they did everything that they needed to. Even won the pistol, by the way. But wasn't enough. Lost the follow-up on the force buy. Went for a force buy of their own, and it's all spiraled out of control from there.
Yes. Look at the money as well for CSU. They've got bankroll for days, bro. Days.
Yeah, the investment into this round as well for Alberta. They've done what they could, put themselves into a position to win. They're lacking utility, sure.
Killer breach. Killer breach.
So good in this position, but cannot find a single frag.
4 M4s. Different varieties, of course. The A4, the A1S is burning alive. Is going to be Tam up. Finally, Soupy. Soupy to the rescue. And so's going to be Decision. Springs it to the back on the 3-on-3. The bomb goes down. But utility. I say but utility. In fact, utility is pretty even for both teams here.
Yeah, a little bit of an extra flash for U of A and a smoke to maybe cover off a defuse or something else. 3v3. Soupy. Denied by Modesto. Here comes
wait,
the push,
same
continuing.
angle?
Andy coming up for the big ones. Key double frag. Shandy up into double digits.
Love to see it. Not having the hottest of series so far, but steps into the ring at the right time, at the crucial time, in the last of your best of 3, when you need to see those clutch players come in with the frags. And I love not using an op. Sure, it's T-sides over on Vertigo. You're not really wanting to use the op too much unless you got some crazy boost play. I see. Showing how it's done with the AK2.
Another eco for Alberta. That's the problem that we run into pretty consistently right now. It's that consistent.
Look at this info boost.
Yeah, pulled it out probably at the right time. Nobody's home, so they get the info, but they don't give away that they've done the boost. Ooh, that is a headshot.
Through the wall.
Indeed.
Oh, did someone jump the gap? Someone jumped the gap. I think that was Yerv.
Yeah, it was.
Is this a surf map?
It certainly feels like it sometimes. Ooh, nice shots by Tamer.
Okay.
2 with the P250. A little bit of armor as well to keep himself in it, but it will eventually go the way of California State.
Someone's been practicing their air strafes. Love to see that.
Absolutely. Your movement's been pretty good overall.
Very, very, very good. And here it is. I was wondering when this was going to happen. 2 ops. 2 ops. The disrespect. The risk.
Decisions. Flash
They're not
off
going to expect
decisions.
this, mate. They're not going to expect this at all.
Nope. Oh, and it's an actual tag as well. It was a collateral.
you're right.
But just a
It was
leg
a
shot onto
collateral.
Andy.
Oh, Soupy coming through with the op as well. The op crutch, the op clutch coming through for a 2K. Can we see a 3K, a 4K, 5? Yes, we can. A 2K here for decisions. Puts that op where it needs to go, right into the face of those C's of CSU. And really going to press the issue of this comeback. We need to see something happen after that 6-1 lead just fell, went by the wayside. Modesto not letting go just yet, though.
Oh, what a magical moment this would be if Modesto could clutch up. But Soupy and decisions.
Get my op.
Oh, it's close, but it's got. Double op recovered. And it's going to continue. Soupy even upgrading to a P250 as well. Just to make sure the sidearm is up to snuff. I love that that preemptive. That really shows you that the confidence that Soupy feels. Often see that walk push, but here's the audio cue. And realizes that that's just not going to happen.
Imagine
so
if
yeah.
he hits that.
Oh, it felt close.
I flash him off that angle. Great volley. Flash it. Smoke it. Get him out. Get off that angle, Soupy. We know you're there. Tamer's there too. Tamer for 2. And taken out after the 2. Scaffold player removed. It's a 4-on-1. The impact of these 2 ops has been absolutely diabolical.
I mean, it wasn't even the ops that time. Tamer
not that round.
swings out wide and finds a double kill. Paradox comes back and Killer Breach is there as well. But, oh my goodness.
I guess I just mean the focus. They were so scared of Soupy with that op. They focused 3 people's util to try and flush him off the angle. They did, but it actually flushed them into another angle with 2 players waiting there with the crossfire. Stam up. I think it was Paradox, as you mentioned there, to finish things up too. I'm a bit concerned for decisions, though, playing the same angle as previous.
I'm not so concerned. The only reason I say that is, I mean, it's just a standard angle. Always going to be able to be here, and it's a very, very strong angle as well for the CT. That's why you see it mollied so often, because it's just difficult to deal with.
Interestingly enough, Soupy doesn't have the op pierce. Could be Killer Breach and decisions. So trying to play that kind of tug style where who has the op, who knows. Doesn't matter about the op though. Players tearing through. It's a 3-on-3. Decisions picks up a frag, evens things back out. 1 minute. Bombs in spawn too. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Any advantage they gained there, Zach? They can't sustain it. They had to go back for the bomb. Reset.
Big point to be made there, yeah. The tie score line is this. This is so important.
You can feel the tension in the server right now. Flash. The molly comes through. A nice flick as well coming from Killer Breach. Killer Breach looking to go right to the tippity top of this box. The flick. Gonna get the leg off that flick too. 20 seconds.
Oh, what a great shot from Rockstar.
That could
1 on
be it.
2 now. Decisions. Gonna take the shot. Pushing forward, but Modesto has it. 14-13. California State. And another Modesto clutch.
Modesto, again, not getting the biggest frags in the server, like in the quantity, but the impact frags have been just out of this world, out of this galaxy, out of this league, the AAC Star League. Crazy stuff here. Every player showing why they're contested into this league. Or, like Strange in the Night, they're going past each other here, Zach.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Tamer, he's found so much impact this
That's
map.
an upgrade too.
Yeah, freebie. Hey, that's an AK. Take that. Shock it up. Walk away with a victory. Yes, we spotted him. Ooh, it's just crouch.
Oh,
Duck the head.
that's a haircut. That's a buzz cut from the up there from Modesto. Modesto's got to be frustrated because that would have brought you back to the 4-on-4.
Real possibilities, but here we are. U of A with the man advantage, looking to push this to 14-all.
Tamer.
Yerv is going to stop that. It's tracks. It is an even scenario.
They know Tamer's been playing here. Tamer just trying to double down on the same angle. This is such a risky all-in play. He's going to get the frag, though. I can't believe they didn't double swing that. The molly's going to go down incendiary, pardon me. Cooking Irv a little bit. It's a 3-on-3. Similar scenario, similar turf, similar situation for the round just gone. 20 seconds. The bomb's still in spawn. The bomb's still in spawn. That's it.
Over, you're right. What a moment.
That's it.
To lose to yourself.
How?
Oh, no.
Maybe they have time. Maybe.
No, they
Oh
do.
my
They
goodness,
do. Just barely they did. Less than 5 seconds, and that's plenty to plant the bomb. 2-on-2 now. Andy and Rockstar. Andy's had so many big step-up moments in this map. Really done it for the team. Lots of utility as well. There's a nade, 2 flashes. Now just one aside.
So many time killers. Time-killing util. 2 smokes. A flash is going to be a quiet tier for U of A. They've got to do something. They've got to do it now. Through the smoke, the headshot. Kate's taken. Head removed. 2-on-1. They've got to go for this defuse right now.
Oh, and he
No
connected.
way!
Oh,
No way!
there we go! Rockstar! 1-on-2. Done it! And it's match point, series point.
And he survives with an op jumping off the building. James Bond style.
Oh my goodness. It all comes down to this.
Did they throw the op off the map?
I don't know what happened. I'm just going to stop asking questions and just
No
watch.
more questions, Your Honor. No more questions. I'll tell you
will.
something, though. There's a bit of an issue. Already the first blood's come through. 2 frags coming through. It's looking like it's over. It's looking like it's curtains here for U of A after such a noble effort at taking what would be an underdog story.
Pushing it to the limits. Alberta doing what they can, but a 5v3, it would take one of these ridiculous comeback rounds from Alberta, which they've already done a few times. 4 times in this series. If they won 2v4s, the 3v5 doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility. The problem is, Soupy, one of the conductors of those rounds.
He's a scout.
Just a scout, and the MP9 for decisions as well. Tamer, the only rifle.
Straight back sack. All they've got to do is trade here for CSU. Nothing complicated, nothing crazy. Damage inflicted before they've even seen a player. They haven't even seen a player on site.
Oh. Decisions, I'm starting to believe. Kappa.
This is winnable. This is so winnable. They've got to take out Andy, though. Andy's the closest player to site, and he's going to be just given the best fight of his life. 16-13 for the final of this best of 3. And what a best of 3 this was. We were slating this to be maybe a less of a higher tier game than the first one that we saw, statistically based, of both the teams having 4-1 and a 4-1 record. But kudos, a massive salute to both teams there, especially University of Alberta. 1-1 in the league so far in this season, and they're going to be 1-2. But what a best of 3 that was. I am so impressed, sincerely.
Yeah, I mean, just phenomenal work from both of these teams. It felt like there was just push and pull, and I just got to say, ridiculously big step up from Andy as well. What a move to be making, and I think that was really impressive. The other thing to talk about, though, is the clutch factor of Modesto. How many times does this guy put in the clutch and win it out? Same true to a certain extent for Rockstar. Jeez, how many clutch rounds was that? I don't even know. But I feel like if I go back, it had to have been like 5, 6, maybe 7. Let's take a look at some of them. Here's some replays.
It's funny, isn't it? We were joking about the fact it said Team Modesto on the actual scoreboard, but it came into play. It actually came into play. So many impactful rounds from Modesto, and stepping up with the frag count as well as the impact frags throughout the latter portions of this series. Nuke seems like so long ago now.
It really does. Does seem like that, but here was some of these moments that really made the difference. And I mean, this is a great example of Soupy and Modesto. This clutch was the turning point for California State, but this also a turning point. This triple kill
from Andy. And this is when we saw the switch out from the op too. We were harping Andy a little bit in the early portion of the entire series. Andy, you want to see something a bit different? And my God, man, did he deliver that? He delivered so many crazy, impactful rifle plays, especially on Vertigo. I salute you, Andy. Good switch up, and it couldn't have come at a better time. And this play from Rockstar, the timing, the trigger discipline to choose the right frag, the right player, working off the minimal util you have. Great stuff to follow things through from CSU, and that's going to be 3-0 for them so far.
Yeah, that's the cool thing to note, right? Like this CSU team, they were undefeated in maps going into this. Alberta stalled that out, stopped it in its tracks, but still undefeated in series as California State moved forward. Looking at their win-loss and the rest of them, another California State team, I believe, that's California State Fullerton, also 3-0, and so they move into that. They're probably going to end up playing against the Highlanders, that strong team that Alberta already lost to. This is crazy. There is, in this West Conference, there is 4 California State teams. I've just realized.
That's a lot of
Actually,
California.
no, Highlanders a California State team as well. That is 5 CSU teams. But regardless, we are ready to talk to one of the CSU Long Beach players, and let's talk to him. Hello, you're welcome onto the stream. Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
We love to have you. We're excited to get to talk to you. You are one of the highest impact players on this team. Talk to me kind of about, it kind of felt like you really found your own in the mid round. What is your role within this team, and how do you find that impact?
Spill it.
Well, my role is to just go in, don't be afraid to die, and try to kill as many people as I can. You know, everybody's got that entry, so I just try to run in, let everybody else set up the post round after that. Yeah, that's it. I have to give credit to my teammates for clutching it out on the late rounds, especially shout out Corp. That guy went crazy, or X Ramrock or whatever his name is in the game. But yeah,
A Rockstar, yeah.
Okay. yeah, 100%. Well, okay, so let's talk a little bit about this division. Lots of very good teams. I mean, Alberta, one of them, very good. 3 maps here, but there's 2 other teams that are undefeated. Do you know anything about any of those teams, and are you prepared to go up against them?
Can you explain? Can you tell me the teams again? Sorry.
It's California State, Fullerton, and then Highlanders, which I always forget which team that is. It's another CSU team, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I don't know much about.
Oh, it's UC Riverside. That's what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I think we played UC Riverside in the past, and I think we played that LAN against them. They're a great team. And then the other teams, you know, I'm not sure. I guess the game plan is just go and play our hardest, communicate. We don't really watch demos, but we try hard to work with each other during the mid round and do post round, mid round calls. I mean, so I guess that's the key.
I did see sort of Puggy-esque playstyle with those mid-round changes come into play on the thought of it, and I want to have a little POV in your minds, okay? So this is you, in my eyes, when you got that ace on Nuke. It's out of absolutely nowhere. You became like Mr. Cool. So I want to hear it from your perspective. What happens in those moments, man? Because that ace was disgusting. Somebody one-tap, headshots galore. Do they just say, okay, yeah, do your thing, buddy, and you just go and do it? Or is it just reacting off the comms, the calls that you get in the team comms? Spill it.
I think in the that was a 2v5, right? I think
it was.
Plays. So I guess I was just there in the right time, the right moment. The frags were there. You know, obviously I went out to look for them because I know we had to equalize in some way. And I guess in that moment, just anyone who has the idea of a big play, they should go for it. And I guess I was just handed that situation, so pretty good. I was kind of lucky.
What humble guy. humblest ace owner I've ever heard in my life. I've got a lesson to learn from this guy, man. That's super humble. Well, thank you for selling or sharing your insights, but a spicy display of talent from Noog over to Mirage. I think there was almost a round over on A site, if I'm not mistaken, where that was repeated too. You're definitely doing your job. You're being that spearhead into sight, and it was felt with the 7 today. Nice work.
Yeah. Well, the other team was great, so.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. Final question before we let you go, Yuri. Thanks for taking the time. Anybody you want to shout out, say hello to while we have you on stream?
Shout out to X. Oh man, what is his name, dude? X Rockstar, the guy that subbed in for us. X, but I don't know, man.
Okay.
He has like different names, but he subbed in for our fifth, so he played well. Shout out to the team.
Okay.
They played great. I think Soupy went insane. Mirage, he had like 37 kills.
Definitely.
Couldn't stop him. Yeah. Shout out to everybody at Long Beach. Thanks for watching. I think my girlfriend's watching, so I don't know if she is, but thanks.
Let's
for
go. Alrighty. Well, shout out Yuri's girlfriend on the stream. Love to see that. Thanks so much for taking the time, Yuri. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Right on. Heard it from the man himself. How to humbly deal with someone saying sick ace, man. So humble and so gifted as well. And you'd love to hear a team that's won a best of three like that to still give props, still give that pat on the back and say, Soupy, nice work. Love that. Love the community.
Yeah, and I do too. And you know what else? I love the community here at the Star League. We are fantastic. I love that we have so many games going on all the time. If you're interested in esports, the collegiate scene, well, you probably are. You're here. You're just checking it out. Check out all day, all week. Tuesday, Overwatch, League of Legends. It's Call of Duty and Valorant on Wednesdays, and Super Smash for Thursday. And, of course, Friday, it's Counter-Strike night. Got me and a pretty interesting slew of guests. Actually, it's been fun. I'm glad to be with you, Kappa. Always a pleasure to work with you as well. And
cheers, pal.
With that, it's just about time for us to say goodbye, as sad as that is. One last shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors, though. Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, and Mavix. Definitely appreciate them and their support here at the Star League. With that being said, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We will see you next time. Have a good night.
Peace.